Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Man, I'm still tired from CitizenCon yesterday. My throat's doing better, but personally, I'm still very tired from the first day. Yeah, it was a long stream. I'm not used to doing 11-hour streams, like in one go. I'm not used to that. Alright, I think it's ready that we switch out to the panel from yesterday. Because I kind of want to start with the social panel from yesterday again, as I think that will make a huge impact to the game. So I kind of want to start off with that one again. Boom, there we go. Good morning. If I still look and sound tired, it's because I am. Alright.
First one.
Let us start out with this one.
In our last technical preview demonstration, and God, I was so happy to
Need
see
to do
all
something.
these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E
Yeah.
so far. You guys have been
Understandable, it's been a long day.
help us test this technology.
It was a long day yesterday.
The team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy.
Are we
but
hyped for the second day of
it does
CitizenCon?
present
I
a
mean,
problem.
yeah, but I'm tired too.
A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players.
This
To
part
join in on
was
adventures,
huge
or to
yesterday.
receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we
We
need to
must
scale
preserve,
Star
yeah.
Citizen's social
Luckily,
tools
it's a shorter
and
day
MMO
today, so
size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others.
yes, they
For example,
have.
the Comlink app is by far the oldest
Unusable.
application in MobiGlass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players.
Oh, today?
Star
You're going
Citizen
today?
in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge
Oh, the
danger,
allergies are starting
safety,
again.
or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics.
Gonna
like
drop off everything I
reputation
bought
and
yesterday, build your
progression.
dress red and paint the
So today
baseboard.
we're
Ah, I
gonna take a
gotcha.
look
Okay.
at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning. What we're going to show you is very early work. And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up
To the
MMO
20th century.
standards.
20th
Or
century.
like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so, in order to do this,
First, I'm going to knit.
we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and
Man,
thank
my eyes
our
watering up
Evocati
is so
members
annoying.
for their renewed support. They're always there for us. They get the worst and worst of the builds, and they do get power through. This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not
Listeners.
going to lie, this presentation is going to be a lot of MobiGlass. It's not super flashy, but focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact.
Sure, it's
But for this,
allergies. I don't know
need
what
some
else it
help
is.
myself, so I'm going to make a party, and I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
This panel was amazing. This was the best panel from yesterday.
Quite far away. Yeah, no, you.
Well, except for Squadron 42, but that's a given.
Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the MobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this
This
now
was
gonna be your
definitely needed,
one-stop
though.
shop for all of
This
your
upgrade.
friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So, you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What?
No more ATC in the
Oh,
friend
no
list.
friends at all, then.
Like, this
So
is so
now
good though
just a
that you can
dedicated
just
space
see
for
where
your
they. Oh,
friends.
you can just see where they are, their location.
So, you're now going to be able to
Set
see
them on
what those real
busy,
friends are doing
away.
with richer presence information. So
Show
giving
us
you better
offline.
awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status, so you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And
Which
throughout this
is really
presentation,
important.
Any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some
So
people
they are
real
going for
socialites.
multiple
I know, I've
characters then.
seen them. They have a lot of friends.
Kinda wish
I'm
they
talking
didn't, but
multiple
they
pages
are
and
going for
pages
multiple
of friends.
characters.
What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people
guy is
that you
called
interact with
Laranite.
most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you gonna call?
But I get it though, there are no classes like you
You're gonna call your
find in
friends,
other
you're gonna
MMOs.
call your party. So this is where it should
I think it's mostly because of how big the universe is.
So we've got a
But if you're
as well, Ben.
you're like part of one organization who usually sits in one part of the universe, you can just stay there with your character and then, you know,
All right, so that's all cool.
Do
for your
something
close
else
buddies, but the one thing that
on the
always
other
happens
characters.
when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers. You know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're
Just
also now
just
gonna
look at the
have
game now, like it already
What
takes
do you
like half an hour just to get somewhere
close
together.
friends? They're just people that you really don't want to talk
Now
to.
imagine when there's Pyro and Nyx.
So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called blackholing them from communications. So you can't see them talk and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able
Yeah,
to have notes here as well.
I think that is
so
the
you can
biggest reason
remember
for
that
multiple
was 2 years
characters.
ago, you remember why.
Because if I were to host something at
And then for the
Microtech
situations
and
where
you're
someone
over
really
at
wants to go
Delamar
the
in
extra
Nyx,
mile to be a
it's gonna take you multiple hours to just to get back.
You can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
And that's why you have multiple characters then,
Alright,
so you can
now I have my
quickly,
friends
you can
list up
leave
to
one
date. I
behind
can
there.
Find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience. When you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're friend or not, our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
Yeah,
100 plus people. in one
morphologists.
ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a
Yeah.
mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is
Ready status.
So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on. Just
Oh,
so
they're
you
adding
can
streamer
have fun
modes.
while you are streaming.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
I actually
Party for the eyes.
didn't notice that yesterday. That they're adding like a streamer mode to the game.
All right, so the
Not that
new
I'll be
Friends
using it,
Party
probably.
place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting, looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to
Bigger
have a lot
shards
more
guy.
players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Makes sense. We had a lot of info dumped so we could miss
So,
stuff. Yeah.
The Party Finder.
We had a lot of info dumped on us yesterday.
Make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here,
Space Combat Fun Times.
and you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Meat
maybe
shields.
that.
Yeah.
You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content, so you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
So we got current, max, and pending. So there's currently 5 people in there. They're looking for 8, and there's 9 people that applied to join the party. By the looks of it, because now we can actually pause it and, you know, do like a more of a deep dive into this. I think this is really good. Now the question is this a, like the Xena thread, is this a like a drop-down menu where you select contracts, or is this just like an open field where you can just type in what you want to do here at contracts? Like I'm not entirely sure. It also shows you how many ships are used in the group. So for example, these guys over here looking for group grade vistas. These guys are with 5 people, but they have no ships currently, so they're probably just walking around on a planet or in a city.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining your.
And I think this icon here, I'm not sure what this means. I think this is part of that one of your friends is in this group or in this party, by the looks of it. And this might be that someone from your organization is in the party, I think.
Yourself, you're getting involved.
I don't
Here's
think
the
they actually
reverse guide to
touched
this.
on that.
I'm stuck in one gear.
There's any, so I assume it's like intention of the
You can
party,
then,
like whether we're
request
playing current
those
events or
people
anything else.
requesting, you
Yeah,
can look at their information,
yeah, that
you
makes sense.
decide on whether or not you want to.
But what if we want to do like distribution center missions, right? Because what we've been doing in the organization is we've been doing a lot of distribution center missions to farm night vision scopes and farm armors and that kind of stuff. So I don't think there's a contract called distribution center. So I would like, you know, if I could specify what we are doing. But then again, I guess you could also use that with the current party name, right? Like you can call the party DC Farming or whatever. So I
Accept or
guess,
reject them, just
and
so
then
you
set
can
it to
tailor
any
your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying
or
to do.
NA. I guess it also works.
Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, path
It's
assigned,
nice to
so you're
actually
gonna be able
like
to
go
use those
back to this
skill
kind of
sets to find
stuff
the right
because, you know,
And this
now
is
you can
all
actually
purely because
pause
we
it
want
and
you to find the kind of
dive
group
deeper
gameplay
into it.
that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, roleplay, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do.
of course the Germans get their own. Of course the Germans get their own party.
From a couple friends, I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other
Let me
people
quickly
who
check
wanna
when
join
the
up.
Star Citizen
Now we're
stream is
talking.
starting.
But I'm curious,
27 minutes, okay.
as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already. How will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones, and voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
I mean, this is already sort of a thing, but then again, it was a very bare bones. Like, you can only change, like, the color.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I wonder if parties will
Sure
be
did.
persistent.
got
I hope
them to
so.
add the combat login.
If they're bringing it up to the 21st century, I would say yes.
How kind of you.
Like, keep them existent
So,
until
first off,
everyone
as you
leaves
can see
or
here, we're
the leader
making
disbands,
commands
right?
actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey,
that
you
out.
wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret.
Again, I briefly touched on this yesterday, but this over here, like, will be at my PC in 5, that kind of says to me that they're working on like a mobile app or something on which you can
We
respond
are
to
adding
people.
Star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links, and well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow.
Today,
Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway.
I mean,
So you guys get
I kind of want to skip over the VoIP part because we've talked about that, or they've already shown that yesterday, and I don't think it has too much of an impact. I kind of just want to skip over to the organization part, or just the beacons part. I'm gonna skip over that real quick.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben, behind you.
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago, and this allowed new players and experienced
Kind of useless
players
though. I don't think
to
anybody
match up,
uses this.
Basically for a new player to get
I don't think
trained
anybody
and
uses the
learning
guide system.
ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are. So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And
A
it's
guide
very
for
important
refueling.
for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes.
I wonder how accurate the location is. Like, say I'm near Lorville, but not at Lorville.
Because there's already a lot of good ones there.
That's a good one. I hope you can make custom markers at some point, so you can share the custom markers, like actual like X, Y, and Z locations.
And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No teaser. Your tease.
Oh yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really,
Let's take why is it tearing up again?
We wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately,
Money is good.
we want you to want to
Money
help.
is good.
All right.
We like to get paid.
So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player and I need training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally,
This is important. This is incredibly
beacons,
important.
but actually good.
This is incredibly important because so many people get actually
beacons
baited
have
in the
been
game right now.
for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff.
Also
So
important.
This is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's
Like,
always
it's still be
something new to learn.
Can still be exploited by those who want
so
though.
you just
Yeah,
post your
yeah.
question.
Because you could just rotate it around, right? You can just like if you're a pirate org, you can like sacrifice multiple people every now and then. Like first this guy takes a reputation hit, then the next guy takes a reputation hit, then the other guy takes a reputation hit. But by then you've already, you know, already killed like five players. Or did whatever you wanted to do, or stole their cargo. You've already done that 5 times now, and you've only sacrificed 5 people. So they now have one negative reputation hit. But you know they then do like 3 normal ones, and they do it correctly. So I don't know. I don't think it's a fix, but I think everything has like loopholes in it,
You
or like edge
broadcast it out.
cases.
The guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So, obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
Yes, we like
And
getting
ultimately,
paid.
that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few.
Refuelers are going to be so
Misbehave,
important in
you
Pyro and
fail the
Nyx.
beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So
That's pretty
when
nice.
broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bold zone.
And
One
then
second.
only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the Beacon broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff. But they're not the only ones getting ganked. The Beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the Beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the Beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5
Again,
recent
this
beacons
is-
that they broadcasted.
This is the
Two
one
neutral
that you
ones.
can pretty
Something's
much
gone
game.
wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So, well,
We've got
AJ?
one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
The double
That is
dog.
exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
This is the most important part of the entire panel. At least for me, as someone who
That's
runs an
all right.
organization.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high quality content you guys have always produced.
I still have to work on our charter and manifest and that kind of stuff.
Those orgs range from a small
Just
group
don't
of
have the time
friends
for
with
it.
just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward.
Fellowship of JJ.
We were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Balt's Fault Buccaneers.
those
Off to the
guys.
house. Alright,
You guys
have a
made
good
your
one.
own orgs?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now contracts and doing nice things.
Well, sorta.
will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn revenue both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find, or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
So happy to finally see this happening.
With the mask.
So, orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So, let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding.
Man, the clan tags are so nice.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment
I like how all the languages are English.
So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like,
What?
he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways. So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe? Yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to.
I'm only going to be using my own org, so other orgs don't really care. I don't really care for other orgs.
On here, you can
Just running my own.
your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information.
Running my own is already work
Let's do
enough.
some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also,
Wait, what did it say?
You use
Be careful, the neighbors aren't too friendly. Oh,
how
okay.
you want to.
Thought it was something else.
Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these
Now you can read them
features
back.
will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So by default,
This is the most important part. Like this is amazing for organizations. Being able to plan operations ahead.
Our engagement in-game events, so you never miss a thing, but more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties,
That's
clubs,
important.
friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called
The
representing.
clan tags.
And it's
Yep.
actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
That's so important,
And
though. Like,
there's
I'm so
no
happy
need
with that.
For you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Tags are super, super nice to have.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
Wow.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and
Any MMO already has that. Star Citizen only now gets it.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild.
Oh, that's
But
nice.
which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements.
Research.
As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises.
Research is also
and
new.
that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0. So it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in. Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage.
On
Another
that-
Tomorrow or today.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
That's good
What
though.
if I leave the org?
That's good though. So if people, say from my own organization, say if people switch away from representing BEIC to another organization, it will put all the rewards and benefits that they were getting from BEIC, it will put that on hold until they start representing the organization again. So there's an incentive to actually keep representing the same organization, because if you don't represent it anymore, your progression here in loyalty and this one will be put on hold.
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Also, in my org,
It gives a reason for people to actually stay with the same organization, like representing wise.
loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though, with the flow of joiners and leavers. Do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it. So in here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members. And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader...
What I would like to see is, more permissions in terms of ships, like, having some people not able to open weapon lockers, not able to enter engineering, that kind of stuff.
So, all right, so orgs form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
Alliances and rivalry are really, really, really important as well for org wars and that kind of stuff. And building up reputation with other organizations.
With our new alliances and rivalry system. So, you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen.
Permission for engineering would be crucial. I wouldn't want my dumb friend to accidentally blow up my reclaimer or break it. Yeah, exactly, that's exactly what I mean. So, ship permissions is something that is really important. Like, you also don't want the person who always, the person who's always trolling on a ship, you don't want them access to the bridge, like take the pilot seat and just start trolling, or allow them access into engineering so they can, for funsies, blow up your reactor or whatever, or power plant in this case. So in that regards, ship permissions are extremely important, and I really hope that we'll be, seeing more of that, because there are, I wouldn't say I have trolls in my organization, but sometimes people can have fun in the organization, and you sometimes just want to, remove permission from people, so they don't go into the pilot seat. And it also is really important for dedicated roles, because you know exactly who will be where in the ship, because they can only go to like engineering and they won't be on the bridge. So if you need them, you know you can find them in engineering, like that kind of stuff. So in that regards, like permissions are really, really important. Let me check real quick. When is it starting? 30 minutes. Okay. Let's quickly. How long is this still?
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement.
Should be able
If
to watch
someone
this still.
decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you
Опачки.
Hey, thank you, thank you, thank you for the follow. What is my role? You move boxes. Yeah, exactly. So they won't be able to go to the they won't be able to go to the reactor room or engineering or the bridge. You know, logistics is, or like load master is a very important role, especially when you're talking about like larger vehicles like a Nova or a Ballista. You want to properly, you know, set them up inside ships so you know exactly which one is rolling off the ramp first and which one is, you know, the most important one. Because if you're going to be dropping troops into combat with like a C2 or an A2, you kind of want to roll your Nova off the ramp first, and then the Ballista or the Centurion or whatever.
could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back
So,
at neutral. And there's
it's
no
they're really
benefit to
important
having
too.
rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly.
Thank you,
into
SC Spiker,
stability
for the follow, by the way.
in
Thank you.
So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingmen will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people
and
in your kill list.
the kill list, people on your kill list that we mentioned
On the
before,
hostile list, yeah.
will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
So accessibility, I assume they mean like colorblind mode for this? That's my assumption,
That's
colorblind
everything
mode?
for Orcs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah.
I assume so too, yeah.
Now, what have we learned? We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamped beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Instead of
Obviously,
just on the
with a new
website.
orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe. And now, we're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah, it's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
This part is so wow. Like org representation in the game. Org representation is... That's something I've been wanting for the longest of times. Alright, let's quickly go over to this one. So, we have 25 minutes until CitizenCon actually starts. I would say now is the perfect time to quickly get up, you know, get a stretch in, walk a little bit, get something to drink, something to eat, have lunch, dinner, breakfast, whatever. And yeah, the first panel will be, I think base building, right? Let me check real quick. I think base building is the first one. Yeah, crafting your home. So base building will be the first panel. After which we have captains of industry, which is ships, I think. I assume ships like the Pioneer and that kind of stuff, a lot like for the base building stuff. And then the stars, my destination, Star Citizen 1.0. So we'll see. I'm gonna quickly get up, walk around a little bit as well, and yeah, I'll be back soon. Hello, hello.
Сука ты, блядь, не упырь, блядь, гнида, блядь.
Yo, Twitch Elbow, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Again, thank you so much. Gonna have to minimize this real quick. Oh, James Tip. Ah, there we. Oh, that explains it. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Screen might go black a little bit because I need to quickly send something out on the Twitter. Again, thank you, thank you. Screen will be back soon. Hey, Sean. Good afternoon. Or I assume it's afternoon down under. Alright, that is done. Boom. Dude, this guy says, I hate seeing Jared, man. He talks too much. What do you mean? Jared is like... Jared is the best part about CIG. Yeah, good morning. It is 20 past 10 right now. 20 past 10 in the morning. The webcam will be back once the timer's practically over. Yeah, exactly. Jared is amazing. Jared is a treasure. Still dealing with quite some allergies right now, so eyes are constantly tearing up. Alright, 1440p. 1620. Are you gonna be staying up all day, or? Although CitizenCon today is a shorter one than yesterday, so. It is a shorter day, luckily. Actually, pretty happy that it is a shorter day today because, man, I'm still I'm completely tired still from yesterday. Like, doing an 11-hour stream yesterday. Oh, 11-hour stream quite like ruined my throat, and half the night I had a mosquito buzzing around my head as well. I wanted to go to bed early again last night, but since like 2 in the morning I had a fucking mosquito buzzing around my head. I couldn't kill it. Waiting for the good things. Same. First up is base building. Is the base building panel. And then we have the ship panel, which I assume will be vehicles to go along with base building. So maybe like a rework of the Pioneer, maybe a MISC base building ship. Something along those lines. Maybe another construction vehicle built on the Atlas platform. And Atlas platform is the Anvil Ballista, Anvil Centurion, and there's another Anvil thing, the APC one, but I can't think of the name right now. So they might actually build a, they might actually make a construction vehicle on the Atlas platform as well. I assume those will be the biggest things for ship sales today. I had to go back and watch the Squadron 42. That was freaking nuts. Oh yeah, Squadron 42 was amazing. That was amazing, that gameplay. Like I said yesterday on stream, like the Squadron 42 gameplay felt like watching Metal Gear Solid 4. Like Chris Roberts is trying to be the Hideo Kojima of the West, which I really don't, you know, I don't mind. I'm ready to rewatch that space battle over and over. Truth be told, I did that this morning before I started streaming. I rewatched the Squadron 42 stuff this morning. Because CIG uploaded the full gameplay without crashes, as well as the real ending of when the bug happened yesterday with the, you know, handing over the gun to McLaren. They replayed it, and so you actually got the proper ending of the scene. Makes you think though, many more vehicles to come. Yeah. But that is CIG, you know, CIG keeps selling vehicles. And I don't think CIG will be able to live off of ship sales forever. I think at some point they're gonna have to either I think they either have to switch to a subscription model like many other MMOs, or they're gonna have to go heavily on vehicle skins, weapon skins, ship skins, character skins, that kind of stuff. They cannot live off of ship sales like indefinitely. That's impossible. They're gonna have to switch up the model someday. That McLaren bugging out made by day, not gonna lie. It was hilarious, yeah. It's Halo levels of jank for now. They're still in the polishing phase, of course. Because if they weren't in the polishing phase, we would have gotten a release date closer to today instead of 2026. So yeah, we have 3 panels today. We have Crafting Your Home, the base building one. We have Captains of Industry, which is the ship panel. And then we have The Stars, My Destination, Star Citizen 1.0. Where I suppose they will be laying out the ideas they have for past 4.0 and, you know, their ideas for a proper Star Citizen 1.0 release. Whatever sales they pitch, they have the future to. Whatever sales they pitch have for the future to keep the game alive. Sign me up. Well, I think if it's going to be a subscription based, I think they have to come up with compensation for the people who have spent, you know, a lot of money on Star Citizen, because you cannot expect people who've already paid like people who are concierge, right? You can't expect them to start paying monthly as well if they've already spent $1,000 on your game. So I think they're gonna have to strike a balance, and I think it's gonna piss people off, because people with even a $50 starter package and nothing else are gonna feel betrayed that they suddenly have to switch over to a monthly subscription to keep playing the game they already paid for. So I think they're gonna have to strike a real good balance, and it's gonna be hard, I think. Does that make it free for me? Hey, I'm about to fucking join you at Concierge, and I'm not happy about it. If I finish my CCU, my Polaris CCU, I'm gonna be Concierge as well, most likely. Plus, next weekend, the 27th, so next Sunday, the giveaway also ends for a starter package, for a Star Citizen starter package. So I'm gonna have to spend another 50 bucks for, like, on buying another starter package. Which is gonna push me even closer to Concierge, and with the Polaris coming up, it's gonna push me over Concierge. Concierge incoming. I don't want Concierge, man. I don't want it. Slept in, Lil, but made it. Hey, man, you're well on time. We have 3 minutes to go, and after that, it's probably 30 minutes of Jared still talking. Or they reset the timer again for another 30 minutes, like yesterday. You know, a timer for the timer. What I really want, though, is general quarters on my Polaris. So if we actually go into combat on the Polaris, like with the Polaris, I can just, you know, hit the general quarters, and, you know, everybody knows what to do. Although I prefer more of like an actual like alarm, like in Battlestar Galactica, instead of general quarters. I don't think they're gonna be going for like an intercom kind of gameplay, right? I don't think they're gonna be. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be going for an intercom. I kind of wanted to be done by 12. Got that interview. Well, they're running for roughly 5 hours from now, so you do the math. It's 5 hours from now. Five or 6 hours, I think. It's not 11 hours today, thank God. I don't think my body can handle another 11 hours of streaming today. I don't think my body and or throat can handle another 11 hours of streaming. How's your throat? Mostly recovered. I brought 2 extra bottles of water, so... My main issue with streaming and talking is that I forget to actually like drink in between. Or like hydrate. And it really ruins my throat. Like I keep forgetting. I don't know why. The basic human need, drinking, I forget. Because I'm always too busy talking. But I'm starting to wake up a little now. But like, when I started the stream like an hour and a half ago, I just sat here like mostly sleepy, going through the social panel from yesterday again. But I'm finally starting to wake up a little bit. I was just sitting there really sleepy. Are we gonna get another countdown?
Hello,
No.
everybody.
Okay.
Welcome to the pre-show for day 2 of CitizenCon. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and we're back. We're back here in the UES Barbary, otherwise known as Hall B, otherwise known as Manchester Central, otherwise known, and this is where you're all going to cheer, as CitizenCon. Honestly, people ask what the better parts of my job is, and being able to just do some call and response with the crowd is probably it.
No timer this time. Waking up at 9 on a Sunday. I woke up at 7:30 on a Sunday, which is really freaking early for me.
Where I'm going to be sitting for most of today, because if you watch day 1, I made an ill-fated decision during the pre-show yesterday
To run.
To attempt physical movement of any kind. Generally, I'm against it. If you consider physical movement of any kind past the age of 40, don't. But if you have to do physical movement at any point after the age of 40, my recommendation is to stretch at least once in 14 years. So
This guy.
So yeah, we're here on day 2. Let's go over a little bit of day 1.
So he truly ruined like his hamstring then, right?
It was a fantastic look at all the new Planet Tech tools that will allow us to build planets like
He also looks really tired.
Castor Sherman. We checked in with the organization presentation. I know it's a social and universe, and it had all kinds of stuff, the party chat and all that stuff, but really for me...
4:30 is early, 7:30 usually up and already done with your routine. Yeah, but that's you.
He did the very first organization.
That's you.
Presentation, and for the last 10 years, every other time I see that man, I'm like, when, Benoit? When's our time? When are the orgs coming to the game? And to know that they're finally in active development on their way to the Precision Universe is one of the more exciting things about Star Citizen for me. It's just, you know, we're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's there's ADI over
That's
there.
when normal people get up. 7:30 on a Sunday? Hell no.
Finally get these orgs inside the game is a major milestone that I've waited for so long.
Weekends are for me to sleep in because I also stay up until 4 in the morning usually.
We'll have more updates on that.
Which I couldn't this weekend because of CitizenCon. But usually I'm up until like 4 in the morning and then sleep in until like
then we had
9, 10.
Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right? I forgot to check. I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was.
I'm so glad the Molly didn't win.
Of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Ken Shadow, if you're in the building, come find me. I'm in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring back my water. I don't mind if it's a shot I have to drink. It's my water. He took my water away. But the return of the Valakar Sandworm, we've been waiting for that since 2016. And I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of shot. So I'll move it out of shot. Watching that thing in action.
Oh, they probably want to...
It is devastating. It is deadly.
Sure.
It needs a lot of tuning. And... I'll give you a little BTS.
I think they want Jared to move the water out of the shot because it's like brand placement, like product placement.
Because its projectile spit was bright white. And I want to elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond
I wonder why.
Where we finally got confirmation that Nyx is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra system pre-production. I'm going to talk, Ian.
There's a VKB over there in the back.
That's pre-production? Are you serious? Like, I've never seen pre-production look quite so good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then of
it's
course,
all concept. What do you mean
demo.
It looks better? It's concept.
Who saw the Squadron presentation? Oh. Yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan. And then several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do. We have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gather everybody, so everybody could watch
with the coffee
on our big screen in the studio, and everybody could take notes about everything that needed to be adjusted and stuff. And it's been a heck of an experience over the last 2 months, really dialing that in and get that down. And despite the crashes that happened yesterday, a full, brand new playthrough is available on YouTube now. Rich Tyrer.
I watched it.
I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to share it. Rich Tyrer left here, went straight back to the office, straight back to his computer, fired that thing up, and just played it, start to finish, 75 minutes without issue, recorded it, gave it to us, and said, "Get that on YouTube now." So,
I saw
Rich
it.
Tyrer,
It's good.
Fantastic player. Everybody, a round of applause for Rich Tyrer, please.
Like this morning before I started streaming, I watched it again.
And I'm going to say that Legatus
the gameplay
difficulty is no joke. over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players. Shout out to Tommy, who would play during these reviews and stuff. And Rich is an exceptional player at that. Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were super lethal. And the turret section has full Maelstrom destruction, so a lot of folks who were playing it, the turret would just explode. And yeah, you know, he fell down at the end, but other people would just explode out into space and have to restart. So Rich, you're a decent game director, but you're actually a really good player at that. And you made that Legatus
Really? I thought Legatus didn't really look hard to begin with.
One of the cool aspects of CitizenCon
Could be that it's just the first mission, but I didn't think it looked hard to begin with.
It seems like they hand me something, and I'm like, here, Disco, put this in your pocket. And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got, these are pins from an F-35 ejector seat.
Whoa.
I can't remember if it's an F-35
That's
or
cool.
an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year.
What did I miss? Not much. Just the opening.
This is one from CitizenCon this
For the
year.
turrets, totally agree. For the FPS, I could see that have gone bad.
Giant challenge bar, I guess.
Depends who's playing.
These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love.
I kind of
patches.
pride myself on the FPS gameplay that I can
Shout out to
provide.
Tyler Wicken. Both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us.
Dude, I should get
We've got Bar
BEIC
Citizen
patches.
from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar Citizen Iraq.
I should get
where it was just
BEIC
4 enlisted
patches.
servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago. And then there's some curiosities like.
A poop on a
Like this
stick?
guy? I don't know. I asked him what I was supposed to do with this when he handed it to me, and he said, put it in your mouth. I understand that's what a poo lolly is for, but we'll do that after stream. Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the Med Runners. I'll tell you, Med Runners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the Med Runners at breakfast this morning, and because I had a long, painful walk into the studio, they literally put me in their car and drove me to the event today. So shout out to the Med Runners, helping people in the game, helping people out of the game, doing the kind of things that we love. So, oh, and this was very cool. I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer. I think this is the manufacturer name. This is Gattac,
Yeah.
or
It's
I
out.
can't
Is
think
it?
of the name of the other one right now.
Is it Gattac or
And then
Alpoa?
this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right. So one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do back in CitizenCon, our first digital CitizenCon. in
Banu. Oh,
2021,
yeah, Banu.
I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation.
Excuse me,
during the show.
I'm really not big
And
on
there's
alien ships in the
nothing I
game.
like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team, shout out to Galactica and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day 1 of CitizenCon, and let's go through and see some of what people said. Citizen of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. A lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved the PU, that the PU got clarity on its next 2 systems and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Somebody come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out 2 members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge.
I know, Nightclub. Why would you ever read comments, right?
We've ever made based on an authentic.
He's wearing a Salty
M1A
Mike
jacket.
shirt. He's wearing a Salty Mike. Dude,
Mandy
wearing a
and
Salty
Kat.
Mike
If you
shirt
see them
right next
over
to
at the
Jared
merch booth,
after all the
tell them
drama.
Jared sent you and tell them how much you appreciate
Bro.
their work on this. They're responsible for all the merch.
Dude,
at
that
this
is.
year's CitizenCon.
Mike's
And
gonna have a
I've been
field day
attending
with that
these
one.
things, and I feel like this is the best merch we've had.
After all
I'm
the
wearing
drama
new,
between Jared
blackout hoodie,
and Mike,
today,
and then
this
having
is a really
someone
great
next to
material.
him
This is
wearing
cool. This is gonna
Mike
become a new
merch.
daily driver here. Okay, that's enough.
Bro,
shilling
Mike's
for merchandise.
gonna have a field day
Rick
with
Ray
that one.
Says his favorite thing was the worm and Sherman and this handsome guy, and there's a gif of Henry Cavill. there at the beginning of our Squadron 42 demo. Let's see. Cosmic D says he loved the dynamic weather demo. All right. Do you know?
I know the developers love them or about them. Yeah.
Making videos where the environment is
like
actively trying to
Elliot.
you
Elliot's got it.
Very, very hard.
Jake Bunting
like,
got
that
it.
Was faked. We got our poor guys. They got it.
Zach Priest, I think,
You
too.
saw how it struggled to lift. That wasn't fake. That was the actual dynamic weather system pushing down on the ship and saying, "No, you ain't taking off." And then they managed to get it off, and then managed to fly in a straight line and stuff like this. Is that for me? Oh, they want me to wrap up. How rude. How rude. All right, so we'll read one more comment, and then we'll pass on. We're not going to read that one. We're not going to read that one. You don't even know my mom. Okay. Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, "It's sandworming time," and then sandwormed all over those guys. We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the sim pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2. Woo! I'm Sam, and if you didn't meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carg. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on.
She did the ASOP terminal
I think
voice.
I can smell incompetence. Oh, Dan, there you are. Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right. Look at this. I'm keep blacking out.
Dan, I don't think you should try playing this game.
I don't think I should either, but it's so fun. If you guys are here on the show floor, these Monster Tech sim pits are really haptic. My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet bullets hitting my rear.
Dan, shall I take over from you?
Please,
Oh, she was the
take
flu character,
over.
the Jump Point girl? She was?
Okay,
Oh.
maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
All right. Help, thank you. Turns out, not very good at video games, and Sam's really good at video games. So this is gonna go well. Yeah, let's see you get in. All right, well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy. To be fair, I left you in a pretty shit situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're gonna move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi guys, welcome back to CitizenCon
Bro,
Day 2 here
what
in
am I
Manchester
watching?
Central. We're so happy to have you back. Like Jared said, hopefully you guys enjoyed the panels yesterday. We covered a bunch of stuff yesterday, but don't worry, there's still a bunch more for you guys to check out today. Between ships, between base building, between the road beyond, there's still a bunch of stuff for us to cover. As you can see, we are here in the General Lounge here at the show floor, Hall B. Here at CitizenCon, let's take a look. As you can see, we have our lovely Hornet.
It's
We
not
have
very
our
busy there
players just
currently.
chilling
I think
out,
most of the people
back
are in
sitting,
Hall A
relaxed, all cool, shooting
with
some
the,
Cyberball outside of school.
like, waiting for the presentations to
a couple
start.
of Duel who are up to no good.
Yeah, just
Started
give us
making trouble
Jared.
in the neighborhood. We got in one little fight, and Captain Bishop got scared, or Admiral Bishop got scared. We said Squadron
Captain
42
Bishop,
release
alright.
date 2026. Who is hype about that? Awesome, guys. We are going to be covering a bunch of stuff here today. We have a bunch of community booths still to cover. We have some awesome models to show off here on the show floor as well. There's still so much more to cover, and I'm really excited. We only have a little bit more time together, though. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of, and hopefully you guys are having just as much fun watching the show as I am running it. Now, as you can see, we have our themed stuff. We didn't really get into the theming last year. I want to get down into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As you can see, we have Bioticorp Waste. We have the Robber Space Industries.
Actual
Come follow
waste.
me a little bit. We're going to go a little
Oh
bit
yeah,
into
they're all real hype
the
for 2
community
more
booth area.
years.
Just a little bit.
It's always 2 more years though.
As
Like
you
I
can see,
truly
we
hope
have
they're
this
gonna hit
problem in the
2026.
verse as well. get a look at that. People just stacking
But,
up their med
you know,
boxes.
It wouldn't be the first time that
Wasteful,
CIG misses
wasteful.
their
For shame.
release date. So I think the
away.
release date would have been,
Littering.
you know, a
Hi,
little bit of
guys.
grain of salt.
Come follow me. We're going to make our way out. Hi, everybody. We're making our way through. Guys, it has been such a pleasure to be back at CitizenCon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games. I produce our community managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku. All the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X.
Knight Rider.
Who cares what it's called these days? I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the updated information, chatting with y'all, and it's been such a pleasure getting to actually get to know you guys as well. You guys have been so amazing here at CitizenCon this year. We're just
There's the
making sure
bounty
that we
hunter.
catch as many
The
people
pyro
here on
bounty
the show
hunter.
floor as possible. In case you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we have the Addison Lounge. The Addison Lounge is a place just like the General Lounge for you guys to chill out. Make sure you guys are getting a drink. If you guys have a VIP ticket, you guys have special access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in the long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. Yui, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. That's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover it, but it still looks pretty cool. Now, I think
Yeah, the
we're ready
Hornet
to throw
looks
over
really
to
cool.
our first presentation, so I'm going to throw it back over to Jared.
Wait, why does
we'll
it say
see you
phone
guys
booth?
later for some more community booth stuff. I'll see you
Hey,
guys
Jared.
later. Thanks for watching.
Hey, he's actually been walking.
Now I'm just hydrating on camera. Just. He's just doing his job. We are backstage now. This is an area that we don't usually get to see at CitizenCon. This is the backstage area where the nerve center of the entire live stage show here. These are the folks who are working tirelessly to make sure that all the right slides go on screen, all the right videos play, all the right sounds play. Hey, everybody, how you doing?
Woo!
As you can see, they're very, very
Excited.
focused. You excited to be here? Consummate professionals dedicated to doing their job. Hey,
Very
how am I
excited.
doing? My mom likes what I do. All right, so guys,
Even the
that's it for
cameraman is
pre-show.
having-
We're
is struggling
about-
to keep
what
the
time
camera
is it?
straight
How
from
much time we
laughing.
got? We're about, that's not even my clock. We're about 10 minutes away from the proper start of day 2, so we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, kiss your loved ones goodbye for the next 4 to 5 hours as we present day 2 of CitizenCon.
Again?
It's a different beast. Yesterday was the universe that we create. Today is dedicated entirely to the destiny that you're going to build. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
Are we gonna get another
We're
timer?
really excited about today.
Don't tell me we're getting
thanks
another
for watching.
timer.
We'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody.
Oh, we're getting another timer, huh? "10 minutes or so." Or do you mean like the entire day? 5 to 6 hours. No timer. No timer this time. Dude, 4 people just sitting there with an Anvil shirt on? You know what? Now that we have 10 more minutes before it starts, I'm gonna get up and stretch again for a little bit, so I'll be right back. I recommend you do the same before we sit down and watch the presentation again. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, did I miss anything? I don't think I did, but... Apparently, just like last year, there's people walking around again in medical gowns. Just like last year. Playing music and panning mostly. Okay, so I didn't miss anything then. Could be 1 more minute until it starts. Alright, base building presentation. Keep in mind to keep your expectations low for base building, because they've only started development of base building in Q1 this year. So I think it's mostly going to be just showing progress, but nothing of the likes of, hey, you're getting this in 2025, or heck, even with 4.0 already. I would say keep your expectations low for base building, because development has been less than a year on this, so... At least I know I'm gonna keep my expectations low. 24 to 30 months from last year's CitizenCon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, basically.
please welcome to the stage, master of the self-performed introduction, and Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee!
He's running again. He shouldn't be running.
Hello, CitizenCon!
6 to 18 months, yeah.
It's day 2! We liked it so much the first time, we're gonna do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015,
Don't you feel another heavy? Yeah, the other one today.
Launched. I think it was November or December and whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar?
Yeah, I do remember Port Olisar.
One Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this?
What is happening?
Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lordville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2,
Jared being
Stanton 3,
Jared,
so
yeah.
it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time,
He completely forgot Crusader.
you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing. You've gone on adventures. You've fought some Xeno threat. You've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel. If we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim in the persistent universe.
Starting next year. I'll see it when it's here. I'll believe it when it's here.
The persistent universe truly becomes yours.
I'll believe it
And
when
we
it
have
when
got
it's here.
A handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage Design Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage Design Director Rick Porter.
Thank you.
Oh, Thorsten as well. Luke Gijsbertse. He's Dutch.
Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game.
This is very gray box still.
So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing
It
gathering.
looks like the kind of D&D DM that I'd play with.
When you go out and you collect your materials for crafting,
Man, I don't know. I've never played D&D. I've never played D&D, so
provides customization.
Wouldn't know what it's like.
Way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair.
Crafting subscriber flair, alright.
But nowhere is this versatility more obvious.
I think
than
he
Facebook.
expected an applause there when he said crafting subscriber flair. given from the pause.
Your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players.
The amount of times I've seen people or devs throwing around player choices matter and then not mattering at all.
Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine.
Wait, do I have to do it like this instead?
So
you can actually see. Oh, you can't still can see
its
this.
own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently.
I'm not sure where to put my camera now.
The right gathering profession.
In the top left, it says refining raw materials.
Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources.
Maybe I should put it like.
With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials.
Maybe here.
In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints.
Wait, you even have to refine the copion?
What do you do with them?
Copion horns?
Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
He said ships.
Right?
You can hear that the people are a bit hesitant on applauding.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just isn't in with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home.
We're gonna
among the
craft a
stars.
javelin. Yeah, right.
You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates.
Bengal. We're not gonna be crafting a Bengal. There's no shot.
Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose.
I think it's just design talk. That's why people are lukewarm. Yeah, yeah. You can hear them being quite hesitant and applauding. Again, it's more talking and not much showing thus far.
And just focus on trade and make some money.
Craft a kingship. Yeah. Think even bigger. Craft a retribution.
When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade.
Can't blame them, yeah.
Community's choices will determine the value of the materials and
I'm
the
a bit
crafted goods
hesitant
you
too,
all
like...
make. The game
So
will still
far-
have its own shops and economy alongside players.
So far, you're
Now
not
you'll
seeing
have more
much.
options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here.
It's all years
We have
away
a lot
right
more
now.
planned
Yeah,
for the
most
future.
likely.
But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building.
An update, okay. Maybe the CIGs might change one way or another. Oh, yeah, that's also true. They change everything like every year.
Taylor to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Good. Please don't make them buyable in shops.
Before you can
Please.
craft anything, you'll need a blueprint.
Please make them available from
Blueprints provide
reputation.
a recipe
Yes,
for
and
all
looting.
kinds of
Yes.
crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines.
That is really good to have.
Will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later. All
Quality,
materials
okay,
in the
F right.
universe will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules. The same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday.
Oh no, we're gonna go back to 3 nutrients?
You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities. So you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice.
This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples
It's turning more and more into
the
Starfield
damage and
now,
fire rate
but
of a
this is
gun,
good.
the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog.
Quasi beef, bread, mustard. I feel like we're going to see much more miners.
So,
Maybe, yeah.
as I said, the
Also
quality of
more
materials
explorers
will
hopefully to
directly
find
affect
mining
the item
deposits.
stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which
Oh,
lets
there's a
you
crafting
decide
time too.
which
Hold on,
stats
let
to
me
focus on to
look
tailor
over
your
here.
items to your playstyle.
Right here. There's crafting time
Here we
too.
see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item.
Yeah, I
that's
hope
made
so.
with materials of the same quality. Making high tier items requires more advanced materials.
Long crafting
but
times
it's
is pretty
also how
nice.
you access
Like time
greater
sinks.
choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1
Pretty
being
much
the most
Eve,
basic
yeah.
version of the item, and
I
tier
think
3
they
being
are
a highly advanced
very
version
much looking at
made with
Eve.
appropriately impressive
Because I know that
materials.
a lot of players,
But
like a lot
You can
of
also
developers.
craft vehicles.
Ooh. I think a lot of CIG devs are also Eve players, so I think they are getting a lot of inspiration from Eve.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of
Oh
an
yeah,
existing
Eve definitely
vehicle,
inspired them.
including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over
That
crafting it
improvement
from
too, huh?
scratch. So it's a
Wow.
convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet.
That is
Let's
nice.
take a look in game at the
That's
difference
good.
it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials.
I assume buying a ship.
See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun.
Oh, that's nice.
The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive.
As well as the the calibrating too.
And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
I just hope we'll see some of the content soon and not just soon TM. I think it's gonna be the latter, my dude. I think it's gonna be the latter, soon
That's an
TM.
overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process.
So basically, everyone who
Have a
bought
good day.
a ship with real money is gonna have the base version of that ship. But then you're still gonna need to upgrade your ship with refined materials. I think it was New Xperia HUD.
Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting.
Same, I'm dying for some purpose
You will
in Star
start with
Citizen.
acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process.
Any dangerous engineering? I've I've played
Blueprints
Elite
can be
Dangerous very
acquired in
briefly,
multiple ways.
so I can't
Let me give
really
you some
say
examples.
much about it.
You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire.
Being able
While
to
you may
explore
find a
mine salvage
blueprint
in
on a
order to get
database or
items
other
to some
portable
higher tiers is
device,
going to be
the
awesome.
blueprint
Yeah.
itself is not a physical item.
Yeah, you want
don't
you
collect
want
them in a
people
box
to
or stack them on a bookshelf.
start
Blueprints are
acquiring
digital. Once
blueprints.
you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library
Okay. There has to be many blueprints then to achieve
library
that.
is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever.
Alright,
They
so
cannot be
blueprints
stolen
are
or traded once
okay.
claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints.
Kind of makes sense though that
Those
it's
tiers of
digital.
quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that
I've
you
only played E
unlock
for like
a
40
blueprint
or like
that allows you to
Elite for
create a
40 minutes,
better,
so
higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials.
character, not player persistent,
Note,
logical.
you will
Yeah,
still have
yeah, that makes
access to
sense.
the
Makes a
lower
lot of
tier
sense.
versions if you want to craft the
Because if you
cheaper
make one character, he shouldn't know what
order
you
to
already
upgrade a
have on your other
blueprint,
character.
You may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100 volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be
4
collect
days.
resources,
Whoa.
complete missions, or
Research
acquire
time 4
research data
days.
from the Science Guild.
God damn.
Research is time intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research
Look at the
projects you can
requirements.
pursue
Craft
at
a volt
once.
pistol with over 1100 fire
Now that you
rate.
have your
And also
blueprint
kill
and
5
you
players with
decided
it.
what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make
Elite isn't
use of
very
the
bad, but it's different from
professions
Star
we have to
Citizen.
meaningfully
I just couldn't get into
involve them in
Elite.
the crafting
I started with
process.
Star Citizen, I just couldn't get into
Especially for
Elite
the
after
more
that.
advanced blueprints, you can expect
The
that
fact
they
that
will
you're only
require
ahead
materials
in a
from
ship
multiple
just
sources.
doesn't appeal to me.
And
I know there's
as already
Odyssey,
mentioned by
but
Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world.
he said the
If you
word.
want to find the
He
best
said the
hidden
word
materials,
exploration.
Then you get yourself a top quality radar.
He said the word.
Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst
Yeah,
materials
no ship interiors. You're still
produce
ahead in the
refined
cockpit.
materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material.
Honestly, with this base
defines
building
the
stuff, this would be
quality
the perfect
of the
time for
refined
them to
material.
announce that the MISC Odyssey
The
is coming to Star
secondary
Citizen
material you
soon.
put in has an
You know,
impact
having
on
an
the
actual
quantity
refinement
at
on
the time the
actual
refining
refinery on
process
board of the
will
ship.
take. An optional
This would be a
catalyst
perfect time
can
for
speed up the
CIG
process
to
further.
announce the MISC Odyssey coming to game.
Let me give you a simple example. If you want high quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an
Okay.
example, if you put in low quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This
All right.
is one of the important use cases for low quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your
I
own
like
to help
this.
you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market.
I like where this is
Now,
going. I'm
we
not
are
gonna
reaching
lie.
the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything.
Yeah, it looks like it's
You will be
actually
able
going
to
towards an
craft
actual economy.
Anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine.
Oh, here we're going. Relative. Here we're going. Relative crafting machine. This might be
Talking
where the
about
ship's
crafting
coming.
machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. You will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base.
That's
As all that we
nice.
have talked about just now, these crafting machines.
Wait, does that mean that they're going to make crafting machines like SCU containers? I could just move them into my C2, fabricate stuff inside my C2?
In the products you produce,
That'd be sick.
But also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is a
Yeah,
nutrition
we could just have a fabricator on the Polaris and fabricate new components on the Polaris.
Even fabricators of a much larger scale.
That sounds really cool. They probably have to be powered. I've seen connectors in the hangar. Okay.
Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know.
But
How
again,
it will change the game moving forward.
this is a lot of talking
As you all know,
and not a lot of
we
showing.
have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints.
Yeah, the Carrack
to include
workshop,
the
yeah.
creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to
But yeah,
unlock
this is
tier
a lot of
upgrades
we
up to
want,
tier 3
and not a whole
or tier
lot
4.
of we have.
That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first.
And cargo pods,
and
yeah, for
extend
the
your
Carrack.
knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be
Golden
the FPS
guns.
crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist.
Do cargo pods first,
or
the Carrack is
something.
utterly useless and don't even miss it
Pick
when
the
it's
blueprints
lost
you
after the
care
patch.
about
Yeah.
And be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has.
Carrack
the
is
blueprint
basically
for, up to
uses.
you. Help
It's a
others and
glorified
earn
med bay
training
right now.
while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will
What's that ship in the
stumble over a
bottom
weapon
right?
that got crafted by someone else.
That ship in
and
the
you will
bottom
be
right looks
using it.
new.
People will start selling their crafting goods or
This
the
ship
refined
looks new.
materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose
I don't know this ship.
fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted for.
Yeah, it might be an Odyssey or an.
The ever-expanding game we all love. We will
Yeah, it might be the-
continuously expand our
Is it the
crafting
Odyssey?
to offer you long-term progression that involves
It's
the
definitely a
entirety
MISC ship.
of our game.
I think this is the sneak peek
And
they've been
you
posting
might
here,
guess
like
it
the
already,
last couple
but
weeks.
there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
It might be the Odyssey, yeah.
I will now hand
Or the
over to
Expanse.
Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Might be the Expanse.
Well,
He's Dutch. I think
good
this is
morning,
Dutch.
citizens.
Yep, he's Dutch. 100% Dutch.
Who's excited to start talking about this next topic?
What is the next topic?
Let's get into it.
Base
My
building?
name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours.
Great again. Oh, wait, never mind.
Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
All right.
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures.
Yeah, this is grey
As
box.
we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
Man, this is like Fallout 76 levels of base building, huh?
A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
Wow. This is sick.
We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem. Because no lights means no atmosphere,
There's
no breathable
lights.
atmosphere.
There's lights.
So
There's lights
it's
at
not
the
allowed
doors.
to live in. So
What do you
how do we
mean?
solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power.
Solar
Let's see
panels.
if we can build something that helps us out.
Oh yeah, the Dutch English accent, absolutely.
Before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure.
Is it actually a drone
And I
though
wonder
that
what
players can
Declan
see,
was
or?
doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're
Do I
seeing
sound like
right
that?
now has been recorded directly
I
in
wouldn't
the
say so.
client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures,
Fuel
we see
generator.
a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later.
Oh, racing and
The fuel
lowering.
generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power
this is cool.
quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
besides its regular maintenance. If
Of
a
course you
structure
can
is
craft
not
fuel.
maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next
Wow,
up,
it's
we have a
interactable too
terminal that
already.
gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here.
Oh, there was no UI there. There was no UI. This is very work in progress. He didn't actually go into a UI.
That
I
should
think
do
it's just a
it.
console
Let's see
command
if
that
we got power
activated
in
it.
the building now. As you notice,
Wait, he didn't hook
some
it up
of the
yet.
crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building.
Please tell me there's like posts that you have to construct too? Like power lines?
Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far.
Wireless electricity, yeah.
We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but
it's ours.
I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
That is fucking cool, though.
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building.
Pioneer is one of them.
Is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter.
Okay.
The graph card allows us to survey the
Graph
land,
wireless power,
to
but
find
32
a
by
good
32
location,
pixel screens.
to claim the land with credits.
Yeah, I like the overall 80s to 90s vibe.
Like Stanton.
I love that.
And most importantly, it lets
Like
us build structures.
retro sci-fi.
To
I love
use
that
the graph
vibe.
card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI
Augmented reality, that would be AR, not
augmented
ER.
reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start
2000
building our base.
SCU though, holy.
Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure,
that's not expensive.
Supply it with crafting materials.
6 SCU steel,
Just
3
like
SCU
the
of
crafting
plastic.
interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure.
Of course, it's all placeholder, but
we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted.
Sounds like Factorio to me.
The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management.
Yeah, they are upgradable. Yeah, you have multiple tiers of them. You have tier 1, 2, and 3.
We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need to be supplied.
No pulse, but you do need to connect them, yes.
In and going out.
I hope they use physical wires though.
Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3.
Yeah, this is what it looks like, yeah.
The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be.
Bioplastic,
Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in
Durasteel,
the crafting
and
presentation.
Elespo. What the fuck is Elespo?
Tier upgrades can, for
Never heard of that
example,
one.
improve the structural integrity of the building, or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe.
Yeah, you can already buy
It's up
furniture
to you
right
to
now
define
for
what
the personal
you want
hanger.
this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations.
Makes sense.
Best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangers and ships.
Oh, that is really nice. We can finally decorate our own hangers properly by mag-locking them instead of, you know, blowing everything away
for any base?
with ship engines.
Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2, use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional, and maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3, personalize your base, personal hanger and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joe,
With any luck,
and
18
Rob
months.
for your
Yeah.
efforts and dedication.
But looking at this is sick though.
Now
We're
give
gonna
me
make an
all
orc
welcome
village. I
for
mean,
Declan.
yeah, we're 100% going to make an orc base. Hell yeah, we are. And if you get proper like
All right.
orc permissions, you can actually like build habitation for everyone and just set the permission like
My name is Dave. I am
darkness
the
gets to
system
enter
designer
that
behind crafting
like
the
that
base
habitation
building,
building
and
that's
we've just
his.
seen a nice little base,
That
right? That's good for
Nightcop
opening
gets to
woods,
enter
maybe
another
a place to have
habitation
big
building.
redwoods, Go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps.
So everyone has
have.
like their own
Well,
private quarters there.
Do you want to see a big base? Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video. And
Reporting
we're
from
gonna create
mining
a base
duty.
that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, Cole didn't help with a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built as this. It is the construction hub. This has 4
What the
automated
fuck?
drones compared to the GravCarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage.
Oh, this is very, very white box, this. The elevator. Man, this looks cool though.
We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
Yo, you saw that snap? That snap was solid.
All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you settle. We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
It seems reasonably on its way. I don't expect it to be released anytime soon, however. I like to have some videos instead of slides. Yeah, that's the most important part, actually showing instead of telling. Like the fourth system was purely showing, or like purely like telling.
Right. Now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this.
Yeah, satisfactory vibes too.
Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect,
these buildings are big though.
Consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This
will make Starfield, except for Quest, pretty obsolete.
And therefore, which type of refining method you want.
I mean, I never really liked Starfield to begin with. I tried it, but I couldn't get into it. It felt really boring.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator.
There's an S hangar and an L hangar and an M hangar. You can build hangars too. How cool would it be to raid these? Yeah, that too. We're going to be needing security for this.
These buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
Hey, Mule. Will the Mule finally get gameplay? Yo, the freight elevator is nice.
We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource.
Hey, is that drones?
As quick as possible. And with
no, it's an Argo.
Introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A.
It's just a Bethesda game in space. And it shows.
And then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
You can daisy chain them together. That's really nice. Where's the cargo grid on the ship?
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
Yes! That's what we need!
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
Hangar looks a bit ugly, but I'll take it. Yo! Bro! This looks sick, man.
see it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform
Foundation
the terrain around it,
tiles.
making it easy to place such a huge structure like this.
Wow.
You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the
Look at
puzzle
the size of that
to achieve
motherfucker.
our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar?
This, yeah, I know, Nightcop. This should have been the lead presentation.
Maybe not Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around. We'll
They
go
should
to
have
the
started
entrance
off with
and
this
see what's in store
yesterday.
for us.
Road networks too. Dude, I want to play whatever CIG is playing. I want whatever CIG is having.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting.
Wow, that's inside a hangar. It's a C1.
Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship. So,
That-
quick
whoa.
recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and
I
hauling.
want whatever CIG is having.
And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items.
Well,
such as
maybe
ships.
don't release it tomorrow, but
Because you can, of course, you can fly them, you can play content with them. But
this is
because they are a crafted item, they
good.
can also be
And as
sold
Nightcop
to
said,
other
this should have been
players.
the lead presentation. Hey, setting up shop. You can create terminals with items for sale.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can
Yeah,
link
I gotta
these to
play
your
this
freight
too.
elevators, and
Only
in
have one
turn,
question.
any
Where the
items
hell are
within
freight
will be
elevators
listed
on
for sale
station
at a price
pads like the
deemed
promise
reasonable.
to add in
This includes
3.24.2?
resources, refined materials, and so on.
I don't think
Using
they
the
were.
terminal, visiting players
Were they
can
promised with
browse what's on offer,
3.24.2?
Purchase and then collect from that same freight
I
elevator.
thought they only showed that yesterday with
The second
Delamar.
method is to set up a physical shop in the
They only
world.
showed it with
By using
Delamar
the
yesterday, or
decorator AI we saw
Lesky.
earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and
To
then
have
list
freight
them for
elevators on
sale.
pads.
Once again, browsing players.
That's
they
the
can
first time I
find the
saw them
maglocked
yesterday.
item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is
Man.
you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving.
We
you
can
even
sell
go as
those
far as make your
lowlights in
own
a shop.
showroom.
Yeah.
You can advertise your wares on a MobiGlap pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase
Did you just say
will always
MobiGlap
occur at
ass?
the base itself.
Did you just say MobiGlap ass?
Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment
I
to
swear
talk
he
about
said
why it's
MobiGlap
so
ass.
impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole.
They said that on Spectrum shortly after 3.24.1. Okay, yeah, it's not here yet, as far as I'm aware.
But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you
Or
will
piracy.
become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We talk about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which help you divide up the foundation decals, sorry, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want.
I
They
want
just
whatever
help you
CIG
mark
is
the areas
having.
Like, I want to use this place for cargo. I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings.
Oi! This is amazing. This should have been this should have been the presentation like yesterday, the first one.
The blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours.
Bald Vault.
We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you
with feed?
produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No.
Hey, yo. Are we seeing this?
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL.
Are we seeing this?
Remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today.
This is amazing.
XL is larger than large.
Yo, Gates. We're playing Command & Conquer right now. This is fucking Command & Conquer. Give me this Command & Conquer right fucking now.
You have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech.
This is Command & Conquer.
Lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your
Yo,
own
Nightcop, I'm not gonna lie, I'm this close.
Perimeter walls,
I'm this close.
Shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel.
Holy fucking shit.
Whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can of course have multiple.
You're gonna be on design duty, Robin.
Planet, moons,
I'll be the planner, yeah.
Systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC.
Yo, who needs Sherman landing zone when we can build this?
High chance of better quality
Who needs Sherman when we can build fucking this?
A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go.
Oh yeah, good. It needs to take a long time to build that.
You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own
Yo, who's gonna buy a Pioneer?
And you can assign roles and tasks.
I know. Same here. I've been dreaming of this shit myself, like
what it is that you value.
For a very long time.
On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building.
So who's buying a Pioneer?
Some of the work so far.
Who's gonna buy a Pioneer in the org?
But before we go, we have one final video.
If it goes on sale, I just might. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they put it back on sale today. I think they might put it back on sale after this presentation or after the next one. Yo! An island base? Oh man. Yeah, it will make them so much fucking money. There's a javelin in there.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this.
I don't know what to say, like...
You might see that base again later today, so stick around. Thank you.
I don't know what to say, like... Just like Mike, I'm this close to crying because we actually have a fucking purpose in the game now. Well, not now, but...
Hello, CitizenCon.
You know, we're gonna get it.
I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
They should have started with this yesterday.
That was an incredible...
Yeah, I like how they're envisioning if this makes it into the game.
Crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
Yeah, you're gonna need multiple bases, yeah. Everyone in the org has to win the lottery, so we don't have to work anymore, and we can just build the BEIC base. Yeah.
An exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material, and of course, you need a bigger variety of materials to be able to craft the items you need.
This is gonna make people want to fucking pioneer.
With the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you.
I'm not gonna lie, I think they're actually gonna put the Pioneer on sale after this.
To invest the time to be the
and they're gonna make a shitload of money from this.
Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well,
a lot.
As also mentioned in the presentation, like, we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items. And
dude, if we can find an island somewhere,
for players
an island with some resources,
and buy
like I want to make like a fortress island,
they inherit, that they have the best,
like sitting on an island and just like the only way in and out is by air.
I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes
But
we saw
it'd be easier to protect as well.
Core engine presentation, right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around.
What about a cave base? I don't think you'll be able to build
places,
inside
like
caves.
The giant forests you saw, right?
I don't think you'll be able to build inside
if you have
caves.
A prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be
because
able
it will also be incredibly hard to get resources in and out of the cave.
That is below it, so you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find.
What you could do though is like claim an area around the cave, set up storage outside and like the hangars outside of the cave,
well, on that note,
and make the habitation inside the
How
caves.
has this CitizenCon compared to
The caves are too small to actually build modules in, so I don't think we'll be able to build modules like inside
I got
caves.
It's actually bigger, so yeah. So I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon?
I don't think we've really seen in any larger caves than what we have now. There might be, but
it's a very subjective
I don't
take
know.
on it. But I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself. So I really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
Can you give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right, well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
That was an awkward transition.
Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist, but that's probably why. So apologies for that, but awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at CitizenCon. What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the largest gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got like 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens. Tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join
these kinds of organizations are really not for me. You're early a number in those. Early a number in those organizations. I don't like that.
We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan.
It's being large and adventures in some MMOs, and WoW large orgs were boring.
Star Citizen Twitch streamer, and for this year we.
Yeah, I feel like
Pretty Vanilla and
I feel like it's going to be the same in Star Citizen as well. You're only a number. You don't really interact with a lot of people.
26 individual pieces that we assembled.
You don't really build a connection like we have in BEIC.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being
and you're only going to be a huge target for other orgs.
Maker. This guy, there's
just going to be a huge target for other orgs.
Some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little, the BMM pins, and we have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. Look at that. To take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you, Tom, for coming over. We're going to shoot now over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi, guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool this year.
An ASOP terminal.
Welcome to the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Again, did I sound like me, or... could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal and freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them. You put in, and you go through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Boo, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real game. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So...
Wait, you just said we only grief for fun?
What are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see, where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison. But also...
Is that a Freudian slip right there?
Pirate org, entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today. So...
Was it a Freudian slip? We grieve for fun?
Again.
I'm back.
Hi.
Yeah, angry teenagers also need an org.
And finally, for our last little bit of
piracy is cool and all, but griefing for fun? Nah, get out of here.
Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point. Creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love Atmo. They had an official place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 29
Yeah, but griefing in general is
awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing
I
to the
don't
winner.
know.
These things are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go to the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. so maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
No, just straight over back to you guys.
Yeah,
Awesome.
griefing
Thanks, guys.
specifically is against TOS. So, when are we getting a BEIC organization like panel there next year?
Crafting and base building.
Yo, Nightcop, you going to Austin? You want to run a BEIC panel
Change
there?
all life in the persistent universe.
Like a BEIC stand over there in Austin?
There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out."
That one's for me.
I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out, "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation. This year titled
here we
Captains
go.
of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction.
John
but I'm gonna do
Crew.
it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis, and gosh. Oh, I was gonna do something really embarrassing. All right.
Here, I'll run a booth.
John Crew,
Hey,
saved. Come on out, John Crew.
of course it's John Crew. Here we go, everybody. You got your wallets ready?
You're
Wait,
lucky they
hold on.
didn't wait.
You got your wallets? You got your
lucky they
wallets?
didn't
This is the
wait.
moment. This is the moment where we all start paying.
It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here.
Running a BEIC
in case you
booth,
don't know,
yeah, in
you
Austin.
weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
You all got your wallets? This is the moment where we pay.
And the clicker is not working. Oh. So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
You were being sarcastic? Okay, gotcha.
Right. So,
What did I tell
today
you?
we're going to be
First
talking
shot.
about vehicles to build your universe.
First
And
shot,
for those of you
Pioneer.
that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage.
Yep.
But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board.
Also, I should probably drink some water
and
because
drones
I
will
can feel
have
my throat
sizes.
again.
Okay, so yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in they scale in numbers, in the, one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so that'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium.
Sorry, sneeze is coming up.
So
here we go, Argo CSV.
I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast.
Or sneezing.
Really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module.
Oh, that's what the FM stands for.
Medium drones on board. And we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately,
wow.
And everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what? And I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it.
Wow, okay. That is... Damn.
Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So
but why would I want this
two SCU boxes,
instead of just keeping the fabrication module near my ship and just keep moving
so
1 SCU boxes
companion
inside?
Vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playersc.csv.
Wait, playersc.csv. Play.sc/csv.
Let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Oh, well, there it is. We'll have a look at that later.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV.
Yes, that's exactly what they said.
4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds.
It's inside a new ship, by the way.
It's got those kind of like really.
It's inside the new MISC ship.
Industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site.
This is inside the new MISC ship.
Components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab. That puts
me neither.
Kind of
I don't understand this purpose.
When the player needs them, and I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole. Sorry.
Like, why would you buy this instead of keeping the fabrication module nearby your ship and just move 1 SCU boxes in that way?
Argo family.
So I don't really know the purpose of the supply module.
But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger?
Bigger.
Yep, here's the MISC. Here comes the MISC ship.
Okay.
The Star Lancer.
So, introducing the Star Lancer family. So, yeah, the Star Lancer is basically
Why
a
don't
whole new
you,
family
why not
of
just land in
vehicles,
place as use near the main frame? Yeah, that's what I
this,
mean.
And these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first three, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the tack, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the map,
tack shouldn't even
which is a
exist.
dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So
The tack shouldn't even exist.
Today, we're going to start off with the build.
There doesn't need to be an aggressive version
This is the Star Lancer build from the outside.
of the Star Lancer.
The key thing to take away here
Is that it's a concept art.
is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages.
All right.
And they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day. That's the really important thing here is that
Again, it's all concept
all these
art.
base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation of your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall.
Again, folks, this is all concept art. Don't get too excited.
Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote
Maybe NPCs
turrets,
for the cargo vehicles
and
to
then
keep building while
128
offline.
cargo capacity
There's a
to
ship
build
you have to fly
specifically.
yourself.
But what if you don't want to build
Nah,
stuff?
I don't
What
know.
if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
I think large bases should be run by
introducing the Star Lancer attack.
players.
So, like I say, this is
What's interesting is that they're talking a lot about drones. Now I'm curious if they're going to talk about the Vulcan with its repair drones. I don't know. I think it's all base building this year.
These give much better kind of broad.
I think it's all base building this year.
From any of the other variants.
Why does the Star Lancer?
On top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically
Yep,
designed
new
to
JPEG
fit
ship.
a Mirai Fury inside, and I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successfully
yeah,
not.
yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the tack from outside to in. So this is the tack
Honestly,
in its default paint, so sort of military.
The Star Lancer attack shouldn't
drab
even
grey.
exist.
Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
Okay, thank God it's only Tier 3 medical beds. Oh, thank God. It's not Tier 2.
Upstairs, obviously, there's the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll
I don't know.
the more normal
There's
layout
already so many of these types of ships they've already added.
Okay, so
or
yeah,
are
to sum
adding.
up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more
I don't know.
firepower from the other variants.
Oh,
The
here we
shield's
go.
been
Play
boosted up to,
SC/Star Lancer attack.
Two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med
Defend
bay with
base
Tier
while
3
building
med
until you have a
beds,
burner
drop
established.
seats, It's got the hangar.
Well, that's what
and
you
it's
have
still
org
able to
members for,
carry up
right?
to 96 STU of cargo.
With fighters.
And you can secure yours today
Flying
by going
combat air
to
patrols.
play.se/Star Lancer attack.
Yeah, there always has to be a combat shot in the art, always. It's got freight elevators though. Oh, at Levski. This is Levski. Yeah, I want the new Quantum. That's the most I want out of all of this. Pliable IAE 2954. So that one's coming at IAE.
Okay,
Which
so
means we're going to be getting another patch.
Pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max.
We're getting
As
another
you can kind
patch
of see,
then.
We're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE.
We're getting 3.24.3 then.
We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now. I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength.
I wonder which variant this is. I think this is the TAC.
I think
The
when the engineers
Starlancer
were trying to
TAC.
kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's
Or the
what's
Max.
useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought
It
about
might
was
actually
this
be the Max.
deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much
Yeah,
easier for
4.0,
loading
but
and
no.
unloading.
No, we're gonna get 3.24.3 most likely.
The crew, you know, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of
I like the
windows
engines
out
though.
so
The
crew
like the
can
circular
see
engines
out
like
into
that.
the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And
Yeah, the
then
page is already
above the kind
live.
of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area.
It's a TAC
For
version, I
payload
think.
protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by
They
a
didn't
set of
complete
size
base
4
building
remote
yet.
turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage.
This
And
isn't
then
the base
finally,
building version, I think. This is
when we get to
the
front, you'll see we have a
TAC
further
version.
set of size 4 gimbal weapons.
Or the
And again,
Max.
these
I don't
just
think
kind
it's
of
the
help to fill in those blind
fabrication
spots.
version of the Starlancer. I don't think it's the build version. If it is the build version, I'm gonna be pissed because that's another
I think as
ship
a whole,
without
I think,
gameplay.
you know, the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky.
Yo,
And
the
I think it really
Freelancer
shows
is
off MISC's
the Freelancer
ability to
Max is
deliver
beautiful.
quite beautiful ships.
Freelancer Max is beautiful.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So,
Yeah, this one
love it or
doesn't
hate
build a
it, we
base
love it.
at all.
The MISC
This is just a
traditional
combat
letterbox
version,
unit is back.
or the Max,
At
the
front of ship,
cargo
you have
version.
Pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default.
I don't
Then
expect
behind
ships
that,
to come
we
in
have
without
the escape pod
gameplay
room.
because with the Argo Ref they said
pods for crew.
they were done adding ships without their gameplay
then
because a lot of people were mad about
we have
that,
the traversal,
including me.
Sort of a traversal room. It has
So
a lift, goes between the
CIG
2
said they
floors of
wouldn't
the
be
ship,
adding
and goes to the
adding
exterior
ships
of the
without
ship,
their
and
accompanying
then a ladder
gameplay
for
anymore.
emergency backup. Behind that is the mess
So
hall
I
area.
think this is the
So nice
Starlancer
shared
Max we're
screen of
seeing
space for you
here.
to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms.
No,
each
this
with,
thing is going to be
double beds, so
flyable at
very luxurious
IAE.
for a spaceship. En-suites
The
for
Star
all.
Lancer is going to be flyable at
At the
IAE.
rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks.
No, it's going to be flyable and
Then at the rear,
displayable
we
at
have
IAE.
the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around.
They
throughout
said
the
it's the
rest of
max.
ship,
Yeah,
but
okay, so it's the
bulk
cargo
of the components
version.
And the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship.
The previous one was the
So
tech.
that's
Okay.
upstairs.
So the max
Let's
is
go
going to be
downstairs
flyable, I think, at IAE, and not the build version. So the max is just the
We have
cargo one.
Main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance.
Which is
For
fine.
the rear section.
Them adding the
garage,
them
but there's
adding the
also
Star
a
Lancer
cargo
Max
hold
is
to fit
completely fine.
vehicles up to
It has its gameplay.
servo
We have
room
cargo
size in
hauling.
here. And then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2. It's sort of one cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
Oh, the store CCU things are up
Then we
now.
have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock
For the
onto ship.
CSV SM.
And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Star Lancer Max.
Star Lancer Max is fine. I don't have any issues with the Star Lancer Max.
Quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling.
224
And it is
SU
available to
cargo
pre-order
capacity.
now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Star Lancer Max. And if you
There you go, there's the Max
pre-order
version.
now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the CitizenCon colors and looks super cool in my opinion.
Flyable at IAE. So we're definitely getting a
We have
3.24.3 then.
Medium drones, large drones.
What about extra
What
large
about
drones?
bigger things?
The Pioneer.
So, who can guess what that is? So,
There's the Pioneer.
I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany, and
I know
this
Nightcop.
is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now,
People are getting
some time's
shafted
passed,
left, right, and center
whilst
with
the core
CIG
concepts of
though.
base building have remained the same at a high level. How you physically build
Galaxy's still
the
not here
bases
now.
has changed slightly.
Miss
So
Odyssey is not here.
back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the
This is
area I
gonna-
want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship.
I wonder
I'm
what
gonna
they
drop
did
it
to
down.
the
As
Pioneer.
you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense.
They're gonna be they're gonna
All it
put this
really
on sale
did
today
was,
again. I can guarantee
space
you.
need to land the ship
I
almost
can
twice
guarantee you
as big
they're putting the Pioneer back on sale
as kind of
today.
needed.
Guaranteed.
And we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can.
Okay, CC to the
And I think
Star
that's
Lancer.
really,
Okay.
It's really
Probably
key
without
to what I think
LTI
Star
though.
Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think
Yeah.
about
What about the Expanse
arm,
refinery
and
ship?
whilst
It's not in the
I can't
game,
deny
but
it's
now
a
you
cool
can you can
idea,
build your own
I
refineries
think
with our new MISC
really
ship.
From
Anyway.
a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs.
I like how it
onto
looks though,
what
like
is
especially the
already
bridge.
A very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was
I swear they're gonna put the
have a little
Pioneer
bit
back
of
on
a
sale
shift
today.
around of kind of like the egress points on the
100%.
ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting.
I know, right?
On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of, be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space.
That's a lot of cargo. God damn.
Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly it out the roof of the fabrication hangar.
That's
and then
pretty cool.
The existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering.
I'll be honest, kind of amazed it's just a reconcept. They could have set a tone. They'd be making this at the same time. Might start to believe big ships faster in a new pipeline.
Mess hall medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room.
Yeah, it's just a reconcept, but
like
it's CIG though. Like,
going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Their big ship currently they're working on is the Polaris.
On the interior.
The Polaris is the big ship they're working on currently.
The interior bridge, it's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship.
Yep, it took a year to make the Zeus. But you don't know how many people were working on the Zeus though.
At the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that
and the escape
sit
pods
above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew.
Speaking of which, when are we going to get functional escape pods?
This is kind of a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want.
That is
this
odd.
Is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting
That's a
machines.
very odd design.
And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
I just want to see the progress of my Polaris, man. That's what I want to see right now. I just want to see a progress on the Polaris.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft
that does not look comfortable at all.
They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console.
Imagine there's a fire on board, and the mechanisms to open that pod don't work. You're gonna be.
Finally, we're just gonna take
you're gonna die. You're gonna die because the mechanisms don't work anymore.
So you see here, we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
You're gonna be stuck in a pod and burnt alive.
And then as these open up, we just finished making a storm. And as you know, as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicles straight out the front. You know, between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship.
Man, I almost spit out my water there.
The top exit.
Not cool with the hydraulic press version of a coffin.
The landing pads, and this just
Yeah.
allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
Yeah, I see a whole lot of issues with that one. Oh, shit, hit my mic.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
That is wild. That's insane.
Components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day one of it.
Of course.
But
who knew?
We are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon.
So they're starting in 2 weeks.
So
it's gonna take 2 years. It's gonna be 2 years.
To finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. CitizenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Hey.
Yeah, so you remember last year, we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo PUV-1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out, and that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year.
Crusader,
so,
Intrepid,
Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris. So.
Well, no Legionnaire. Again, Legionnaire has no gameplay with it. There's no boarding like that.
Between where I am today, standing on stage, and the end of the year. But let's start with
a few
patches. That you're going to see at IE.
I want the Guardians. It's just a fat version. It's just the fat brother of the what you call it, the Fury or TIE Interceptor. Yeah, it's just a fat version of the TIE Interceptor. Oh, Crusader. This is the Crusader starter ship. Yeah, this is the Crusader starter ship. It looks like a C1. It looks like just another C1 from this. Titan upgrade? Looking by the guns? Probably not. It does look cozy though. Oh! Okay. Are we upgrading? Probably not. Yes! There we go. There's my boy. Look at that gun! Holy shit, bro! Holy! Yeah, the name sucks. Oh, I'm so excited for this, man. Oi, 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 oi. You have 4 torps on standby. 4 size 9 torps. It, or at least I think it has 4 torpedo tubes. Bro. Are we gonna see the torpedo room? That's a sizable hangar. That's a very sizable hangar. Wow, that's very sizable. How many Furies do you want? Yes. That engineering. Oi. Oi. The reactor? Is that a nuclear reactor I'm getting? That looked like water in it. Man. Yeah, it's in a pool in a zero gravity ship. Yeah. That's gonna be fun times. There's a pool below this too. Like there's a pool there. Very sizable, like cargo space. Very sizable cargo space. Oh, you got the torpedo loaders here. Wait, they're rotating. They're rotating. You can add 3 times 4 torps. They're rotating. Like. They're rotating like a fucking bomb load. I'm gonna let the pool thing go because rule of cool, yeah. Oh, quad turrets. Quad turrets instead of 2. Yo.
Okay, so on top of those ships, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them.
Who's excited to fly the Polaris? I sure am.
So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas.
The Atlas should have had a couple boo people in the crowd.
Can't just leave without teasing a little bit more, so let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
Working, not releasing, working. That's the new Argo vehicle that we just saw. The fuck is that tank? Like fat thing. Looks like an APC. I think that's the one you want, Nightcop. I think that's the one you want with the 2 engines. What is that? Is that Legionnaire? Oh, there you go. There's the Guardian. Another mining ship. And that looks like another RSI ship. An Imperial shuttle? Starlancer builder, I think? Or tech? Oh, there's a Perseus. The Perseus is going into production. I don't know when they release the F7A Mark 1. But yeah, the Perseus is going into production.
I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us
might be
all
Super
this
Hornets,
really
yeah.
cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Dude, a Perseus and a Polaris together in a fleet would be... That'd be some firepower. Holy crap.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo! Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show floor at CitizenCon. These guys have some amazing models that are in prototype right now.
I'm super excited for the Polaris.
Check out some of these awesome
like
prototype
that looks
models we
so
have
cool.
right here. Let's check those out. We're gonna give our cameraman
I don't
just
care
a
if
quick moment
Nightclub.
to
I don't
check
care
them
if we
out.
have if
I
we
am
have
here
water
with
like
Ray
pools
of
in
Planet
zero
Ring.
G.
We're gonna be
That shit
asking
looked
him a couple
cool.
questions about
Shit
these
looked fucking
prototypes
cool.
in
Like the
just a
nuclear
second. I wanna
reactors
make
there in the
sure
pool.
that the camera has time to check out the details on these awesome models that we're hoping to get out in the near future. Oh, look at that. That is some sexy detail work. All right, so
And the
Ray,
F8 looks
what inspired
cool.
you to make models of Star Citizen ships?
Well, actually, we have been Star Citizen bankers for many years. Myself, I joined the Wars in 2015, and my colleagues joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us. And we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We
Hammerhead.
have been collaborating with other famous IPs like the films, especially the sci-fi films and animations and games. So we are excited to be here as a partner of CIG to bring the citizens in the world with affordable.
But they said the Polaris is still going to be flyable this year.
Amazing. So how long?
So I think they are
model
releasing
take
it
for you guys
with
to make?
IAE.
Well, we've been working for some
Hydrate,
months
that's a
for
good
now,
that's a
but
good one.
our prototype
That's-
now
that's
is
a
still
good shit.
early
That's a good
stage of what
show.
we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like
That's a
5
good
6
show.
months for now. That's what we have been building for everything you see here in this booth.
Yeah, and they are amazing. So I have to ask, which model is the hardest to make, but also which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I would say the Star Citizen ships are very in detail, so each one of them are very hard to make, actually. But my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see the F8 has a very beautiful
Nah, the Hammerhead is by
lines.
far my
It's very
favorite.
beautiful in details, and it has a brutal weapon system that's crazy. And also, I want to make sure that everyone knows that our final products come into 2 versions: assembly version.
I would like some SC
and
models, yeah,
finished
same.
version. So for assembly version, we have injection pieces, so you can cut it yourself and build it yourself, paint it yourself. And it's
I like the
glue-free, it's
Hammerhead.
non-fit,
The
it's
Hammerhead
easy
looks
for
really
everyone to
really
build
cool.
in 3 hours. And the finished version, we have it printed for you, we have it assembly for you, and we have some extra layers, painting, welding effects, and some actual decals. It's amazing, fine quality.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really quick.
But just
And
know
as
that your
we show
wallet will suffer
these
if
details
such one day
over, we're
make a
gonna actually
Polaris.
Throw it over to Sam. Let's
Ah.
give a quick detail on this. Thank you again.
I don't think I
Planet
would
Ring.
buy a
We're really
Polaris
happy to
model.
have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Sam back at the community booth. Thank you, Ray, again for having us here. We'll see you guys at the community booth.
Hi guys, I'm back at the community booths and I'm over here with Ultima. Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home to what you guys do?
Absolutely. I'm Sigelian from Ultima Energy. We're the leading provider of fuel products and services here in the Verse. We do a lot of Starfare operations. You can find us on our website at ultima.energy.
Yeah, they had Idris,
and we
even
have
a
Discord as well,
Javelin.
so hit us up there.
And a Bengal.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to Medrunner. So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite bit?
Oh man, it's been amazing. Squadron 42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank
Yeah,
you
they
so
didn't
much
really
for
know,
being
show the
here.
company
And
name
if
for
you guys
those
haven't
models.
already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing.
There's a pizza shop that makes custom pizza for Bar Citizen. Oh, what? Oh, really?
And I am here right on the end of our amazing community booth area with our Avant-Garde guys. So, Avant-Garde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything. Our goal is to have at least 100 members, but because we value people below quantity. We want to create a legacy altogether. When I create this organization, I don't consider myself the commander of everything. I just planted a seed for a tree. Maybe I will never see the fruits, but I want to create a legacy. People need to have fun, maybe win sometimes also, but especially win. Be a healthy community and having fun altogether.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on over to the other side.
Big on hauling and industrial, huh?
joined
Hey, same as
partner
me,
in
as well as
crime,
combat.
Dan.
I don't know which camera I'm looking at. It's that one. That one?
Dude, did they say they only had like 100 members? We could definitely have a BEIC booth someday.
We saw a moment ago. Look at that awesome ship model they have here. It's even better than the one they had in LA last year. Guys, quick elevator pitch. What do you guys here at for Imperium have here at CitizenCon this year?
Well, at CitizenCon this year, we brought another one of our 1 to 500 scale Bengals. This one is actually in the Imperium colors. It's the ISS Sovereign, which was picked as the name for our flagship by our members. And then also over here, we have 1 to 2,500 scale Bengal Krugeri Battle Group.
Probably need a high
It was made by
concierge
one of our members
status.
that we're gonna be
Nah,
donating to,
I think you just need the right connections.
That is amazing. You guys have made some awesome stuff here. We're really happy to have you. As always, Imperium creates some awesome showcase stuff here.
I'm slowly
at
starting
CitizenCon.
to
We're going to move on. Thank you guys at Imperium
get
so
the
much.
right connections.
And we're going to move right along. Thanks, guys.
Slowly.
Next up, we have Black Star Initiative. If you guys are interested in a private military force with weekly events, Black Star is the place to check out. Guys, again, quick elevator pitch. What is Black Star all about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
So, Black Star is all about helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles, and also doing security and protection. Over here, we have got, at our booth, we have a med gun made by someone in our community.
Wow, that looks sick.
Our challenge coin, which we provide to other leaders within organizations that we meet out in the verse. Coasters and patches. So if you ever need anyone to do protection for your bases that are coming soon, look to us. No one's
I wouldn't
better.
say soon, but
If you want to get good at PvP, we have daily trainings that we can provide to you. We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a civilian division if you're not that much into combat, but even they get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay group, but I think you guys can say it better. Tell us all about HubNet.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens in the verse in 2954. So not for you players, but for the players' characters. So we make a full feature-length movie like Overclocked. We make animated series like Jack of Spades, and our news report, Hubwire, is meant to report on events that are going on in the verse. And Joel can tell you a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, so if you're looking to create a project or get involved in a project, you can join our Discord, sign up as a role. You can be a voice actor, a filmmaker, whatever your talent is, we can use you. We're effectively Netflix in the verse, so come check us out at HubNet.
Awesome. Thank you guys at HubNet. Guys, this is it for me and Sam here at CitizenCon. It has been great being your guys' interstitial hosts. And Sam, do you have any final words?
Yep. No, just amazing job, guys. Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to make CitizenCon happen, you guys are amazing. So hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor, thank you guys, and it's back to you, Jared, on the stage.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Might need to set org goal/specialization if we don't want to grow too large. Doing everything will probably mean growing very large. Might be better to split up into cells that each have a specialization. Then you can set which cell you're representing. Yeah, that's basically what I want to do. Like I want branches.
We're doing a lot of things here. I want to do some
I want certain
personal things to
branches.
myself. Okay. So first,
If we grow too large, I want to set up branches, like a combat, like a security branch, a cargo branch.
And showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and
primarily
Squadron 42.
like security and cargo branch.
The developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick
He didn't die or
stepped in with
anything.
only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping at the last minute. Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required.
I would say Benoit is the best,
so Benoit and Ian,
the best dev at CIG.
Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian.
Benoit is by far the best one, I would say.
You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will,
Castra?
Dave,
Castra was just
Toby,
concept
Alex,
for the most
and our
part.
newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys.
I wouldn't say we got a lot of shots at
They
Castra.
had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I
It was
think
90%
they were a little
concept
surprised
art.
at first at the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff. The last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present. I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right. I hope. I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyra gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back
MCCU's update with the Citizen campaign, Starline's attack being one of them.
and they're
Okay.
thanking me for
I
this.
might actually have to look at my Polaris CCU chain soon. See if I can still, if I can get some gain somewhere, some earnings.
I'm struck by two things
Or savings,
every time
actually.
I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments in the about me.
Relative.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here.
Chris
I've been here for 10
Roberts.
years. I've produced 7 CitizenCons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much.
Jared is such a great guy.
Let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night.
Chris,
The Star is My
Jared.
Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Is he gonna get longer stage time than 10 minutes now? Because last couple days, or last 2 days, he was only there for like 10 minutes on stage.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show.
Oh yeah,
Went back
Jared
to the
would be a
office,
great guy to have a couple beers
ran
with,
it
or
through, no
in my
crashes,
regard,
no nothing,
like in
it's
my
up on
case, something
YouTube.
else. But
And by the way, that's a dedication of
yeah,
Rich.
Jared would be Jared is a great
"Okay, I'm
guy.
gonna get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway,
He keeps
I hope you
apologizing
guys
for
liked
it
this
for
morning.
it.
There was the base building and the crafting, and the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly
He's been getting a lot of flack,
excited,
yeah,
because I
but
think
you
it
don't
will
have to
just
keep apologizing
add
for
so
technical
much to a
difficulties
living,
like that.
breathing universe.
In my opinion, like once or twice is fine, but
It's a
5
perfect
times,
example of
it's fine. It's fine. It
Star
happens.
Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we
It
definitely did
was
not
an important
have
demo
that
for them, yeah.
on the initial Kickstarter or the pitch.
And I think for Chris personally, it kind of hurt to see it glitch out like that and see it crash.
As you can see, we're constantly upgrading.
So I think for Chris, this was kind of like personally painful moment.
Even after,
not financially, but you know, it's his baby, you know, Squadron 42.
we will still be doing that. So it's just it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow.
We've already had Star Citizen 2.0.
After Destiny 1, it will just be a living, growing product. Same for.
Damn, he's throwing shit. He's throwing shade at Destiny.
I just mean that
He's throwing shade at Destiny. Holy shit.
upgrade and improve things.
Damn. He's one to talk. He never even released the game.
The question really is, at what point would we, at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team?
He hasn't even released the game. He's throwing shade at Destiny.
Everybody, not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand.
Yeah, the demo was awesome. I watched it again this morning before I went live.
And has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean
Here we go.
that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star
For a
Citizen
price.
1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure. I know, but I'm pretty sure it will
No
be
fishing in 1.0.
not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is, and you know, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So, without further ado, Rich Tyra. All right, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah.
Don't crash.
Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen?
A non-working one.
We're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game.
For the love of God, do not give a time frame for
so what does that
1.0.
mean?
Please don't give
How
a time frame for
different to a normal
1.0.
patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and
That's a
endgame
lot
content.
of years away.
And
That's a lot of
crucially,
years away.
It means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the 1, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be Tier 0. We'll be committing
The
to
Tier
a
0
higher
haunts me
benchmark
in my
of quality
dreams.
for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning.
Oh boy.
Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems.
Oh no, what's gonna happen here? Oh god.
And there is a but.
Are we gonna
the
cut?
star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings.
We're gonna cut content here, aren't we?
To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest, and that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the
True,
Starter Tech tool
you can't
we
cut
saw
what you don't
yesterday.
have. Oh, don't talk about Star Architect, please. Not again.
So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a
No,
player
it's not gonna
have to
get 100
find the
systems
fun.
now.
You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler,
This is the
or
important part
salvager,
here.
you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay.
Where to go, what to do.
And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help...
Don't clap, we don't even know what the main story is.
To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding
Make it free to play with Stanta/Pyro and subscribe for other systems. One new system per year would be fine with me. Well, it
This
depends.
story will also introduce each of our guilds.
Does that mean
and what
people who
professions we
played
have to
1,000 or who paid 1,000 euros gonna still have to
the
buy all of
United
that?
Resource Workers, our
I don't
core
think we should.
industrial guild, which
Or
supports
people
two
who
of our main
paid the game up, who
mining
bought the game up until now. The people who, who bought the game up until now should not have to pay for
like repair
the
technician,
promised
crafter,
content.
and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards.
Maybe, I don't know.
Like ships.
That is up to them to discover, I assume.
Have a unique inventory of what
I just don't think that backers who already paid for the game
economic growth,
need to get shafted again by suddenly having to pay monthly, or you're stuck in two
more about
systems.
guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a
Maybe, I don't know. It's a really
where
complex
you can hop
situation
on and
that they made themselves.
anytime you
So
want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold, so you can go
it's a really
explore
complicated
new facets of
situation,
gameplay
and
that
I
you
don't
just
think we can
discovered.
really cook up a solution right here,
Point
right
is
now.
that you can complete it at your own pace.
And quite honestly, we don't have to. That is
that's the
CIG's
what.
problem.
So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years.
Just want to make sure my camera isn't
Gameplay,
blocking
the
anything, but I think I'm good.
that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story.
What, make new content like completely unobtainable unless you buy real money, or you buy with real money?
So
CIG already does. You can already buy UEC.
In the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the Empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them
It is way too expensive,
will be
yeah.
around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5-star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs
You already can buy land for hard money. You can already buy land plots.
4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant
so
struggle between the gangs
5-star
and
systems.
survivors trying to hack out an existence here.
5-star systems for 1.0.
If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another
I'll show
unclaimed
you
system
after the
currently
stream.
home to the People's
Amazing paper.
Alliance,
I'll show you.
a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a
Things
new
are really
threat
expensive
on
on
their
Star Hangout.
doorstep
Yeah,
from
$1,000 €1,000 for a small
Ian
plot.
also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry Line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4.
Which is
Do
the
you guys
5th?
want to know 5?
Terra. Terra. 5th one is Terra.
Yeah.
So those will be the 5-star systems for 1.0.
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime.
Man, Jen
Now,
looks
many
good though.
believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in.
Okay, so only for those who are really interested.
That's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources,
I'm taking a
from
lot
remote
of this
corners of the
with
universe, sifting
a
through
very big
detritus
grain of
to try
salt,
and
to be
salvage
honest.
some valuable components, or even just acting
Because
as
this
a
kind of
technician.
feels like another
You'll
2016,
find
this
plenty
part.
to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here.
Oh, exploring mentioned.
We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing
Give me my 400 eye game loop. You'll be waiting.
We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different.
All right, Night Cop,
Now,
it's for you.
previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See,
This
these
is for
two
Night Cop.
are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the
Let me
Mercenary
hide
Guild.
my webcam real quick.
They
There
represent
we go.
factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors.
This is all for Night Cop.
So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal
Oh, this is
activity
bit
throughout the
zero.
verse.
Oh, okay.
You'll be able
Vaughn.
to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power.
Race
The mercenary
fixing
guild
slash
reps might not be
fraud.
the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyler.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before,
Is
we'll be
Tony coming on
implementing
stage?
a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
Where's Tony Z?
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation.
Here we go.
And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo!
Oh, yeah, here we go. So we might get an answer here about what insurance might be.
Two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints,
and ships,
and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance.
Uh-oh.
Level 2, chassis and component insurance. And level 3, chassis, component,
decorations
and decorations insurance.
Oh boy. LTI is level 1, 100%, yeah. Just a chassis and that's it.
Now, insurance.
Oh, I heard someone asking that. What's
Will
LTI?
only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance. I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Wait. Okay. All right. That makes sense.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own.
Ooh.
But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships.
Makes sense.
So choose wisely.
Yeah, makes sense. You want those on the big
What
ships
about
like the
claim
Polaris.
timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship.
Instead of crafting it,
For
yeah.
this, we're going to be introducing
No,
a
I'll just
shuttle
buy
ship,
all the ships.
just like a courtesy car.
Oh, okay. You get a shuttle ship, so it's gonna be like a Pisces or something. Maybe not even a
You'll be able to
Pisces.
claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations, and then fly it back to your original ship.
Oh,
Once back
okay.
in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Makes sense.
If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others,
Of course.
with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in.
Oh.
I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly,
A military
I know I
Mark
won't be
II
able to
Hornet.
buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint.
Yo, Nightcop, you hear
I
that?
can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers.
Yo, Nightcop, that's
And I
another
already
way to
have
get the
a
F7A Mark II.
my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose.
And this is exactly what I meant with don't buy every ship with real money, because you're buying yourself out of this.
And ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions.
People who bought
And this is
every
just
ship
one of many
just
loops.
robbed themselves from all of this,
is
and
the
that's exactly
core
what I
of
meant.
Star Citizen 1.0.
This is exactly what I meant with don't buy all the ship, because you're buying yourself out of all of this gameplay.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding, that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content.
You can give / loan them to other friends and org members to have a good start.
For experienced players.
Yeah, but for that we
and
need
keeps them engaged.
org hangers and all that stuff.
Basically everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to end-game players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards.
Okay.
These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
Okay. Interesting.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim.
Oh, there's another star
While
in there.
StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this
Okay.
combined will provide just a portion of the end game experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and end-game PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content?
Yeah. PvP, like organization fleet battles.
As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems. 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, would dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down nearby comm arrays.
Yeah.
This will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership.
I'm very skeptical about this part of the game.
You own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi.
You already
This
can.
will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources.
Yeah, you can, yeah. That's exactly
Or
what
if you
they
have
want.
a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
That is good. That is awesome.
Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's
Makes
look
sense.
at
You're gonna have to
system
find transient
pirate.
like jump points.
Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity.
Yeah,
The
so far
literal
it's pretty
definition
good.
of
But I am
high-risk
pretty skeptical about all this because this is something they've talked about in the
crafting now
past, and
requiring resources, you're going
this
to
is
want to
so
create
far in the
bases.
future that I'm taking
Mine and
lots of this with a grain of salt.
This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground
Shields.
shields.
Oh, that's
a
good.
localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Hey, friendly A2 inbound.
One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You'll
By
have
going
to
in manually.
strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once
Oh,
the
we're going
shield
for
is
a Battle of
down,
Hoth over
then
here,
you
huh?
have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology. the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nix and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, Seal lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, Seal couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the Seal Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn Seal tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, Seal was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, Seal eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nix and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without Seal's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And
Station warfare.
To station warfare.
Oh, these are organization wars. These are org wars and fighting over stations.
With the Seal network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old Seal days, the system still works via the Seal token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue Seal tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection.
We're never getting this as BEIC. This is impossible for us to achieve.
This is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage.
This is not for BEIC. Because we're not going to be able to get that unless we grow really large.
CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base.
But I probably prefer...
Rich was talking about with org system-wide activities.
I probably prefer to have a shield generator in the base itself, though, instead of a planetary one.
But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
That's a lot of carracks. It's 2 carracks already. Oh, there's a Polaris in the top left. We should need to get some connection with bigger guilds. BEIC to participate in the shield token programs. Yeah, that could work. Working together with other organizations to achieve something like that. And especially when you can build together as an organization, you can work together with other orgs to build one big base and then basically work for the token program to protect that combined base with multiple orgs. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that could definitely work.
Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point
Let's
for
fucking
your
go.
base of operations.
Let's fucking
the
go.
System-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to
Let's fucking go.
construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start?
You can also see the shield generators on there.
Well,
You saw the
it
shield
all
generators on there.
starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the Pioneer.
So we're gonna need a Pioneer to get a space station then. We need to have a Pioneer to get a space station. Alright.
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Wait, it's in grey box already? Wow. Yeah, player stations are coming before 1.0 it seems. Or 1.0 is coming sooner than we expect, but I highly doubt that. I feel like it's more reasonable to assume that 1.0 is coming before, or that this is coming before 1.0. Got the drones there. That's pretty cool. What's the C2 doing there? No, delivering more cargo. This is cool. Supply bay.
Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources. And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks.
Oh, that's what we specialize in.
And as Rich outlined with professions,
We specialize in that kind of stuff.
If your org is well-rounded in terms of roles, even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And
it
out
looks
of the
big.
box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter.
Keep in mind that this part is all concept art, so this is a long time away.
And there'll be a radar station.
This is really
to
far
track
away.
the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Not a Polaris. Okay, maybe it's not concept art. I still think this is years away, though. I still feel like this is years away. Hey, 07. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is a lot of years away.
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks.
Makes sense.
Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
Okay. Yeah, play your own stations. Station building. That you can do with the Pioneer.
So you can navigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in.
This is very, very gray box. Yo, was that a Grey Cat STV driving in there? No, you actually have to physically build them with the Pioneer. You need to have a Pioneer before you can build space stations.
As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit
Dude, the
system
Pioneer is gonna
leads
sell
to the
like
lower
hotcakes after
This
this.
is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies,
Pioneer is specifically a
this is
building
where you'll
ship? Yeah.
gain access
It also got
to
a
your hangar
it also went through a reconcept, so the
base
Pioneer is completely
station
different now.
comes with a large hangar already built.
It will be used for base building, like planetary base building, as well as space building.
For another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems.
I think they're gonna price up the
meaning you can
Pioneer.
quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed.
Oh, you can
Okay,
just drive
let's get
there
back
with
in.
STVs. Okay. And there's the new Star Lancer. New Star Lancer ship. Can the station move? Nope. Well, I assume it can't. I assume it's gonna be stuck above the planet. It wouldn't be more than fair than, you know, have it stuck. Otherwise, it would just be a ship. Player run ATC. All right. Yo, XRON, hello.
All right. So your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics.
Maybe drag it with
For
large towing
example,
ships. No, the
there'll
thing
be
is fucking
spaces for
huge.
several freight
You're not
elevators.
gonna be towing that. There's no shot.
And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships. Vehicles
Oh, that's
and ground
nice.
vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station.
And
Then
observation
there'll
deck.
be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And
ATC.
from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before
Again,
someone
keep
has
in mind,
landed,
folks, this is
the new
years and
cargo
years
can be
away.
up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up.
We're not getting this in the next couple of years.
Everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined
Minimum crew required
interior
400.
network
Yeah, who
of
knows?
corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station.
Maybe you can move them a little
Rooms
bit
will
with
require
booster engines,
resource
but
and time to construct.
I doubt
and
it.
Once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap.
Ooh.
The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the
I want a
ground base,
go-kart track.
this is on a
Who knows?
much bigger scale.
Amusement deck.
But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior.
What about tour station? Yeah, that's
On
gonna
the
be a thing.
exterior, we have minor hardpoints.
Where is CitizenCon?
These are
CitizenCon?
attachment
It's in
points
Manchester this year.
located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can
Look like shield
customize
generators.
your station with a variety of modules, which tailor
Yeah,
it
or that.
to specific functionality. Some modules cater
Ooh.
towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets.
Bottom left looks like
This goes back
engines, though.
to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example.
Oh. Wow.
Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing.
Everything can be destroyed, my dude.
The
Your
cargo
ground base
wing
can also
will
be destroyed.
dramatically increase your
You need
inventory
shield generators.
capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing.
Oh. How much is that gonna hold? Yes.
So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing.
That is
Finally,
nice.
we have the hangar wing. So,
There's a javelin dock there. You got extra large, extra large,
bigger your
large,
fleet,
large,
the more hangars
small,
you'll
medium.
want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars.
So who's
to
getting a
help
pioneer in the
organize
organization?
your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
No magic elevators.
Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings.
Yeah, staging a
Minor
whole assault fleet on that hangar wing,
Give
yeah.
us options on how to collect resources, or
Plus,
provide
you'll also be able
automated
to
defenses
fabricate
for your
ships,
base.
like, on your ground base.
Major hardpoints
And you can just
gives
move
us
them up to your
options
space
on how
station and
you
just
can
dock them there
specialize your
for
base.
selling them and all that.
Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
Those are big guns. Yeah, you probably could probably also make player ships on player bases. So can we choose the station to be our home spawn point so it doesn't fall back to a planet after something like the nurse has destroyed? Yeah, it should have med base and all that. You can have these as actual org bases. Same as the ground bases. They can also be org bases. Because what they showed earlier today from base building, you can build massive bases. And I mean massive bases. Yeah, we may need a few more dedicated players in the organization, you're right. We already need a few dedicated, few more dedicated players in the org for my Polaris that's coming in a month, probably. Hydrate, that's a good one. Are we gonna have a ground or space base?
All right.
I'm thinking at first ground because we don't have a pioneer.
With us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization.
We have no
is just
pioneer.
as important
We have
as
no pioneer, so we can't build a space
Similar
base.
to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals.
Oh. Yes. That's something we desperately need. More org representation in the game.
Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge,
okay,
and one on the underside.
Ow.
The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other
Crow's
modules
nest?
built so
What?
far have very specific functionality. But I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
Sandwich base, yeah. Is that gonna be my bedroom? Is that gonna be my bedroom there? Those missile racks on the side? Probably not. It just looks like an observation deck, though. The crow's nest.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside.
First we need it in the
This is going
game.
to be for the flight deck, which
Oh,
also
okay.
comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints.
Oh yeah, you can see them, like, right
The
there,
flight
right
deck
there,
is
and probably on the opposite
perfect
side.
for your rapid reaction forces.
Ooh, QRF.
It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing.
Whoa. That's
And
a
just
proper
like the
flight
hangars,
deck.
There'll be an observation deck which can override.
Oh, kind of
3
want a big
elevators,
fuck-off turret array on top of that unique point.
making rearming quicker.
Like
and easier
in
during
Foxhole,
operations.
the big gun.
So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now,
Wow.
this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
I want the flight deck so bad. Yeah, missile batteries too. Dude, the flight deck is so cool. Oh yeah, you definitely want QRF in there.
All right.
When like a turret on the station,
few little
QRF is
Easter eggs in
mandatory.
that
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources, and wonder what gear
QRF
you've got
means
in your
quick reaction force.
And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bit that
So
Rich mentioned.
the guys who are basically
take a
like
look
at the ready to go. If you sound the alarm, they scramble to their ships and they take off quickly. Cutlass Black, of course. Where's the Idris? Or Polaris? This is QRF. Holy crap. Well, there goes your 400i. Oh, Marines. Oh, boarding parties. Let's go. All that for a golden Pico. Oh! Well, there's your answer. There's your answer.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive
Yeah, you're right.
campaigns,
It's not for small
it's
orgs,
also
but we already have a couple
defensive
people from other time
The
zones,
exterior of the station itself
and I do plan to.
quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage.
I do plan
So
to
goal
expand
of
the org.
attackers instead
I don't want to
will be
keep it this
punch a hole
small.
through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this
That's
will
a
be
Bengal,
to
by the way.
infiltrate through the flight deck.
That's
or
a Bengal
AVA
right there.
hatches and work your way up. Once inside,
A Nova?
yes. Once inside, and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting
Holy.
in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access.
Oh,
and
yeah.
of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal
Ooh.
shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations.
Maybe the station isn't destructible but
system-wide
lootable.
activities.
It is destructible, it's what they said. It's just gonna
The
take a lot of
station
time
can be
to blow it up.
customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars.
It's just gonna take a very long time to blow it up.
Well, wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock.
Oi!
This
Wow.
unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms. leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed.
This looks like it could fit as a
The
javelin.
only question still remains. What
What can you
size
build?
of ship?
It looks like javelin size. It looks javelin size. It truly looks javelin size.
No, I'll just watch the end of the show. That's great.
Yeah, where else would you build capitals? Yeah. A Bengal? You could build Bengals? Bro! A fucking Bengal. Wow. But the gun's clipping over there. Gun's clipping in the rear. And there's a fully built station. Wait. You can connect them. You can connect them. What the fuck did I just watch?
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation,
I'm mind
I mentioned
blown.
we had 3 types of
I'm mind
players
blown.
and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources, or building a base
Yeah, it
with
should have
your
been the other way
friends,
around.
or a PvP player fighting for your org in
Should have been the
station
other way
warfare
around.
to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system.
Dumb question.
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
1 second.
He's not ready yet.
Jared? Okay.
No, I don't think they're planning on changing the name
So
at
Chris
all.
is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
You have it on my thing on there. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know. You don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it.
Yeah, expensive game indeed.
Thanks. thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian, I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, in introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you
When
guys,
CitizenCon is over,
developers.
I first want to show
I
off
can be
the
accused of feature creep.
Polaris interior
You need
again.
to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing.
I kind of want to show the interior of the Polaris again, which I'll be getting whenever it releases, and also the big ground bases I want to show off again.
I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level.
I don't know.
Your voices heard.
I don't know. They haven't spoken about any of that.
Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right. We'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read.
I heard someone yell master modes in the crowd.
All the stuff that you write, some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great. And we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what
yeah, I feel the same way.
Does, though, for us,
I don't think they can avoid a subscription model at some point.
We are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play
Oh yeah, if they can pull this off, this could be the big. It's either the biggest game ever or the biggest flop ever.
A market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing, how we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42.
Dude, the Squadron 42 was amazing.
Prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes.
No, they always said they wanted to add VR. They've always said they wanted VR, but optimization was their priority. Optimization and, you know, getting more like VR is useless if you're only getting 15 FPS because you're only going to get motion sickness and all that. So they kind of put it on the back burner to get performance out the door first. So VR was never, you know, they never said they wouldn't support VR anymore.
And then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon.
Wait, what did he say?
Features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed.
Did he just say something about 4.0 that I missed?
We love what we do and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do.
Yeah, maybe in 10 years,
the
yeah.
privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is, and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls, so thank you.
He was about to say Star Citizen instead of CitizenCon.
And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And, you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are as always their
Yogi's going to be there too.
And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you. And we'll see you in the verse.
Alright, is there something after this, or? I think this is the proper end. Yeah, I think this is the proper end. So, I quickly want to go back to... First off, I want to go to the base building section that they showed off. The big parts. Oh shit, did I quick... Okay. I just want to quickly go back to the part where they showed off the big base building stuff for those that missed it. The big base building stuff is incredible, by the way. Surprised they don't have a cliffhanger?
Just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
So, looking at this part, this is just incredible.
Alright, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of
like this looks amazing.
On. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out of the ground.
The base building is going to be a combination of Factorio, Satisfactory, and...
It is important to note that once
hell,
these
do I
things are
even
set
say,
up, it's not a case
like,
of just
Minecraft
free
Technic?
resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed.
This isn't exactly the part I wanted to check. I think it was further up ahead. I think it was here?
Large, we call it a foundation tile.
Yeah, the foundation stuff.
It can actually deform the terrain around it.
Like, look at this, the foundation stuff.
Like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases.
Like,
However,
look at this.
One final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
This is all player orgs, like org bases that you can build.
Build in a fabrication hangar.
Yes, and you can build ships now. Or, well, not now, but when this comes in.
Maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance, and we'll see what's in store for us.
Like, this is incredible, these bases you can build now. Or when it comes in. Again, they left it empty, but you can completely furnish all of this.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting.
And there you go. You can build like a C1.
A ship.
You can build something like a C1.
So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing.
And here's some concept art of what they
all the way over to
what they want to build, like this kind of stuff.
We have foundation tiles which can help you divide up the foundation decals. Sorry, help you.
Like this is. Oh yeah, and you can give paints.
Game and apply them to buildings.
You can get paints and color your bases. And then, hold on, where's the other part? Interior decorator is going to be a full-time job. Oh yeah.
No.
Like look at this.
Will.
1 second. This.
Not
look
yet.
at this.
Maybe. No.
Perimeter walls and all that.
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which we've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. So if you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today rather, is large. XL is larger than large.
Oh yeah, you can get this.
And then you have your defense.
This is Command and Conquer. This is freaking Command and Conquer that they're adding.
So, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in Lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial
Even a planet-side army staging area would be amazing to see. Oh yeah, you can.
To shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and
And then I quickly want to show.
To round up,
let's see.
Time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can of course have multiple. These can be across a single
I think
planet,
it's here.
moons, across multiple systems.
Yeah, here.
Yours.
This is.
Join me on a journey.
This is already amazing to see.
Habitable home on Pyro.
This won't be in 4.0, by the way. This is coming later.
Following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures.
The audio popping is in the video, by the way.
We've already found a location and don't need to claim land in Lawless Pyro. We can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress.
This is awesome.
A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
You can immediately see a player walk inside there.
We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem.
He says that, but there are lights on here.
No atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure.
Isn't this like right up your alley?
And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been
I feel like this is right up your alley.
And works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think.
I kind of want to be the asshole shooting the survey drone out the air.
Other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later.
He means AR mode, by the way. Augmented reality.
One of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building.
This is just a script. The terminal doesn't work.
More importantly, we get to activate it here.
See, it's just a console command he does to activate it. There's your reactor.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building
Keep
now.
debating, yeah.
As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building.
Power to the bill.
I wonder what he was up to earlier, though.
Boom, interior decorating.
Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place.
See, this is right up your alley.
Our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home.
Yeah, so this is going to be all for you, Extra.
Inside a nature reserve, construction
This part is
will be
going to be all you.
Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place
That's
to
got the
start
greatest
building
fuse
our base.
manufacturer in the verse to own everyone. Yeah.
Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that,
Like, this
there is
part
a
is all
list
for
of
you.
structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain, that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram.
I want whatever they're
From
playing.
here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated
There's also multiple
construction
tiers.
drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage, and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied
That
so
all
that
makes
you don't delay
sense.
the process.
Let me just go
within
quickly here.
construction ER.
There,
We can
resource
also
management.
link multiple buildings together.
Yep, it sounds
And we
like
can
satisfactory,
assess
yeah.
the power consumption and shortage of inside this resource management screen.
There you go, resource management
Keep
too.
in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need to be
So, do you like the base building stuff so far? You like what you see so far? Just please don't make me have to place power poles. No. You just click them like this. I really just hope for no visible wiring, which Fallout does. I don't think they're doing physical wiring, because from what they shown like here, there was no physical wiring to this building. I think it's all like magical. I dipped out because Emma was getting angry for not hanging out with them. You gotta have your priorities, man. You gotta have your priorities. gotta have your priorities. Let me see. Extra, have you seen the Polaris yet? Like the next ship I'm getting for the organization? Because today they showed the interior of the Polaris. And I think you kinda want to see that too. Hey Chris, hello. Only on the outside? Alright, well, I can show you the inside of the Polaris now. Emma has 2 Pioneers in member inventory, so maybe we should all be friends. I mean, that could work, yeah. Hello. Hello. So, here's the interior of the Polaris. And I'm super stoked to get it. I can't wait to fly this with the org. This right here, this, and this, these are 4 torpedo tubes. Size 9 torpedo tubes. They planning on making capital ship shareable across org members? I would hope so. I'm super excited to fly this. I would like to be in the turret when the torps come out. Hey man, we're gonna need turret gunners. Gonna need a lot of people. Also engineers. Also, the hangar bay is fucking huge. You got your med bay right there. Here's the hangar bay. Look at how big the hangar bay is. And now we go to another fun part of the ship. This is the engineering room. Oh yeah. I'm super excited for this ship. Here's the cargo area. This is where all the cargo will go in, ground vehicles and all that stuff. And then over here, you have the torpedo room. And yes, the torpedoes rotate. So you can load like 3 on each. ETA on it? Invictus this year, apparently. So that should be next month. Yep, rotary magazines for the size 9 torpedoes. Yep, IAE. Should be IAE. Oh, did I say Invictus? I meant IAE. Because, well, it's right there in the IAE hall. It's IAE. It's in the hall right here. 2954. So, yeah, we're getting this in less than a month, actually. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there too. I've been live again for almost 6 hours. Yesterday I did 11-hour stream, so I wonder how much a size 9 torpedo is gonna cost. If it's anything like the previous size 9 torpedoes that we have currently in the game, it's like 32,000 per torpedo from the top of my head, and I think the Polaris can hold like 28. I think. Those front missile tubes as well look menacing. Oh yeah, it's let's see, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, and I think you should be able to see them. You can't see it from this shot, but you should be able to see inside the missile tubes from, or the torpedo tubes from inside the bridge. So you should be able to, you're basically sitting on top of the yeah, exactly like the Zeus, but then with size 9 torpedoes. So should be really close to those 4,000 watch hours now. Yeah, yesterday I had 107 watch hours. Well, today I don't know yet because I haven't ended the stream yet. But yeah, I'm incredibly excited to fly this ship together with the organization, and hopefully they're gonna throw Xenothreat at us again, so we can use the Polaris against Xenothreat. Also, it's missing 3 missiles here. These are size 4 missiles, I think. So it should have 16 size 4 missiles. But it is also missing 3 missiles. Oh, Emperor Robin. No. You gotta do it right, and it's gotta be Imperator. But no, I don't want any of those like names and all that stuff. We're all here to have fun. There's not like a proper hierarchy, at least not yet. Also, they switched this gun from 2 times size 5 laser guns to 2 times size 6 ballistic cannons. However, I didn't see, you couldn't really see the bottom side of the ship, but it should have PDCs as well, like point defense cannons. It doesn't really show those, sadly. Yeah, you can't see the point defense cannon, sadly. But yeah, I'm out of here. I'm gonna hydrate a whole bunch and actually relax for the first time in 2 days, because I am completely tired. My throat is fucked from speaking nearly 18 hours in total this weekend. So oh wait, there's one right here. There's a PDC right here. Yeah, you can see a PDC right here. Right here, and I think no, that's not one. There's a PDC right there. That's a good location. Also, the turrets have been upgunned for proper hammerhead turrets, so they have like 4 times, what was it, size 5 guns? 4 times size 5 guns per turret. But yeah, it's a proper good ship. I should be getting it next month, and I really hope to fly it together with the organization. But for now, I am out of here. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the follows and the subscriptions on YouTube. But yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care everybody. Adios.